Okay, good morning, my dear future chartered accountants. So we are done with the statistics. Let's move on to the mathematics portion. The first chapter is ratios and proportions. Ratios and proportions you can see in every walk of your life, even starting from food. And one more important thing, if you compare in your own body that you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so you should use it in the same ratio. You have 2 ears, you should listen more. You have 1 mouth, so you have to speak less. Anyway, so let's talk about the chapter, ratios and proportions. Ratios means a different expression of a fraction only. So when we say that A is to B, that is nothing but A divided by B. And if A is to B and C is to D, there are 2 ratios. Then we have some properties that's called as compound ratio. That is first number is multiplied with first number A into C, and second number multiplied with second number B into D. That is called as compound ratio. And when you multiply itself, that's called as duplicate ratio. So if ratio is A is to B, duplicate is A square B square, triplicate is A cube B cube, subduplicate is square root of A square root of B, subtriplicate cube root of A cube root of B. And we also have inverse ratio, which is the opposite. If A is to B is the ratio, its inverse is B is to A. So something to be remembered in ratios. As far as proportion is concerned, it is the 2 ratios being equal. So A is to B and C is to D. And A and D are called as extremes, and B and C are called as means. And we use one important property there, that is product of extremes A into D is equal to product of means. So A into D is equal to B into C. And we have some calculations of proportions. So if they ask you to find out 4th proportion, that means last number is the missing figure. If they ask you to calculate 3rd proportion, it means the second number will be repeated. So A is to B and same number will repeat, that is 3rd proportion. And mean proportion means the first and last number will be known, in between the 2 numbers will be unknown. That is what A is to X is X is to B. In other words, mean proportion is also indirectly same as geometric mean. Here also we calculate one which is in between numbers. Okay, that is as far as ratios, proportions are concerned. Let's do a problem on ratio proportions, then we'll go to the other part, which is indices and logarithms. So let's take up some problems on ratios. So actually not much formulas are there. It depends on the problem. And most of the problems in this chapter we can solve by options method. Let's see how we do it. So take up this question. The ratio of the number is 1:2:3. Sum of the square is 504. Then numbers are. So what you can do is they said sum of their squares. So square each number and sum it up. See whether it comes to 504. So 6 square plus 12 square plus 18 square. And how can you calculate that fast in calculator? 6 into equals, 12 into equals, 18 into equals, and GT. Or if you don't have GT, you can do M plus. 6 into equals M plus, 12 into equals M plus, 18 into equals M plus. So you get there only 6, 12 and 18. And you square each numbers and do the total. So you get 504. That's what is there also given. Just for confirmation, let's do another option also. 369. 3 square, 6 square, 9 square. $126. So you can see that that is not the answer we are looking for. So that's what I mean by options method. Rather than solving, we can plug in the options. That is the best way to consider. That's one of the trick you should use in multiple choice papers. You have 4 options. You have to choose one right option. You can do it in 2 methods. You can choose one right options or you can choose 3 wrong answers. You will end up with 1 right answer. So that's the thing you can apply. Okay. So that is the option A for question number 1. Anand earns 18 7 hours, Pramod 19 12 hours. The ratio of their earnings is. We can't compare it because one is in 7 hours, other is in 12 hours. So when it is in different units, you can't compare it. To make it comparable, we'll convert this into hourly rates. So you do 80 divided by 7. That is one number. And 90 divided by 12. So 80 by 7, you get 11.42, 11.43, I think, if you round off. 90 by 12, 7.5. So actually, what should I get is 11.43 by 7.5. That should be the number. I mean, that should be the ratio we get. So 11.43 by 7.5, 1.52. So check in the options where we get that 1.524. Is it 32 by 21? Yeah, I think option A only we got it. So this is 32 by 21. One is given in 7 hours, other given is in 12 hours. So we convert this into hourly basis by dividing the number of hours. Okay, next. If A is to B is 3 is to 2, B is to C 3 is to 5, ABC is, this is called as continuous ratio. We can do, but I'll tell you how to observe the questions faster. See, they said A is to B is 3 is to 2. Look at the options. The first 2 numbers should be in the ratio of 3 is to 2. Look at the first 2. 9 is to 6 is 3 is to 2. Yes, it is. What about 6 is to 9? It is not 3 is to 2. What about 10 is to 9? That is also not. So answer has to be option A. You can try second ratio also. That is 3 is to 5. Second number you can see 6 and 10 is same as 3 is to 5. Multiplied by 2 you get 6 and 10. So when they give you these ratios, you don't have to calculate. You can, like we can cross multiply, make the same numbers. We have methods, but not required. When they give you ratios, look at the options. That is possible in only in first option. That is what is 3 is to 2. So if you want to identify, you can say that 3 is to 2 is only in option A. So option A is the answer. So as far as possible, especially in mathematics, you can identify by looking at the options itself without actually solving completely. Okay, next. If one type of rice cost 13.84 is mixed with another type of rice costing 15.54, the mixture is costing 15.03, the proportion in which 2 types of rice is mixed. This is a ratio where 2 things are mixed. Is it similar to the problem anywhere that we solved in yesterday's session? You're looking at me as if I'm speaking some bad words. Yesterday only we talked about something mixture. We have one type of rice, another type of rice. We mix, we get different numbers. We had one problem yesterday, something like skilled labor was there, unskilled labor was there, and when we mixed them, we got one average salary or wage kind of thing. Yes, similar to this, and we have discussed one shortcut also there. Problem only we don't remember, shortcut we remember it. we have two numbers. In between that, we write one more number and we deduct cross. Let's apply that. So we have one number which is 15.54. 13.84 is one number. 15.54 is another number. And when I mix both, I get 15.03. 15.03 is like an average. It's a mixture. Yes, please. Now what we do? Try to calculate. If you remember, subtract, but do it in a cross manner. So 15.54 and 15.03, you get 0.51, I think. 0.51 you get. Then 15.03 and 13.84. You get 1.19. Okay, so 0.51 and 1.19. So what is this ratio? If they ask you percentage, in this ratio we divide hundreds. This is the ratio we need the answer. So what is the ratio? 0.51, 1.19. Make it to decimals. 0.51 divided by 1.19. 0.428 or 0.43. So look at the options, see where you get 0.43. 3:7. I think 3:7 only we get it. So 0.43. So whenever they ask you this mixture problem, it is same as combined mean. If they ask you ratio or if they ask you percentage, follow the shortcut of cross deduct. In mathematics, you will find lot more shortcuts of these kinds. So make sure that you write it carefully. Later, if you search for these shortcuts, you may not be able to find. And don't depend on your friend. After all, the person is your friend. So if you depend on that person will depend on you. It's better you are independent. So cross deduct and then find the ratio. Whenever the problem is mixture or combined mean, you can use this technique. Okay, next. Gold is 19 times as heavy as water. Copper is 9 times as heavy as water. In what ratio it should be mixed to get alloy 15 times as heavy as water? Don't get confused, it's a chemistry problem. It is a mathematics problem only. But don't worry about that gold, water, copper and all. You just have to focus on what type of problem it is. It is a problem on mixed to get an alloy. So the method we have just learnt now. Hope you remember it. You have learned 2 minutes back, long time back, because there was a movie came we called as Gajni, who used to remember at least for 15 minutes. But CA students forget even faster than that. So we write one which is 19, another one 9. In between the two, we write 15. You try to get the ratio by subtracting cross. So 19 minus 15, that is 4. And 15 and 9, and that is 6. So ratio is 6:4, and that is 3:2. Yeah, that's all the answer. You should know the shortcuts, and more importantly, you should know when to apply. Just knowing shortcuts will not help. That's why we always say, no, good chartered accountant is the one who knows Income Tax Act. But a great chartered accountant is the one who knows income tax officers. You should understand, I can't explain. So there's a difference between your application of mind and just knowledge. So knowing shortcut is one, but more importantly it is how to apply. So when to apply the shortcut, that also you need to keep it in mind. And shortcuts, when after learning, write down whatever you understood, because later you might be wondering how that number came and all. So try to write in your own methods where you can remember. You should understand it. Okay. The ratio of third proportional to 1230 and mean proportional to 9 and 25. So this does not have any shortcuts. We have to calculate. So we have 12 and 30. For that we have to calculate a third proportion, and third proportion means the second number will repeat. So 12 is to 30 and repeat the number 30 is to x. The 30 being the second number will repeat. That is what is third proportional. And when I say mean proportional, the center number will repeat. So it will be 9 is to x equals x is to 25. So find out the two numbers, and they said find out the ratio of those two numbers. So let's cross multiply. That is product of extremes, 12 into x and 30 into 30. So x equals 30 into 30 divided by 12. You get 75. And here 9 is to x is x is 25. X into x, that is x square. And then we write 9 into 25. If I want x, we'll take a square root of 9 and 25. Square root of 225, and that is 15. And they're asking ratio between the two. So ratio between 75 is to 15, and that is if you divide by 15 each, you get 5 is to 1. So options. Okay, next. Okay, that's all about ratio proportions. Let's focus on more mathematicals, which is indices and logarithms. Actually, indices and logarithms are same form expressed in different ways. So let's look at that in a columnar manner. So indices is exponential form, log is log form. So when I write a to the power of n, it means we are multiplying with same number so many number of times, and we call a as base, and whatever is on the top we call it as powers. So when I write a to the power of n, a is called as the base, n is called as the power, and corresponding thing we can express in log form. And how do we write it in log form? That the same expression, a power n is equal to something. Let's say that a power n is equal to x. This right hand side n becomes the power. I mean, n is going to the right hand side, that becomes the power, and this a base will go down. In other words, if I write 10 square equals to 100, 10 is called as the base, 2 is called as the power, and take this power to right side and bring the base down. So log of the base 10 hundreds is equal to 2. So the power always comes on the right hand side. That's what is called as the log form. So we can convert exponential form into log form, or we can convert log into exponential form. So I just explained you now. Suppose a power n is equal to x. This is what is exponential form. You take the n to right side, that is log x to the base a is equal to n. So whenever we say simplify with log, that means I'm simplifying with powers. In fact, that is what the objective of logarithm was. When too many powers, if you have to simplify, Mathematically it was difficult, so we have converted that into a log form. So when I say log, it is nothing but simplification through powers. So log table ultimately gives you also all the power values to the base of 10. So when common logarithm we say it is base of 10, and natural logarithm we say the base of e. E stands for the Euler's constant. Let's look at some properties again in a columnar manner. So indices we say a power m into a power n, then we can write a power m plus n. If bases are same, powers can be added. A similar property is there in logarithm also, log m plus log n, then we can write it as log mn, but provided the base has to be same. Similarly, a power n divided by a power n, we can write as a power m minus n. Corresponding properties here, that is log m minus log n, we can write as log m divided by n. Then a power n whole to the power of n, that is power of a power we can multiply, so we can simply write it as a power mn, and corresponding we have in logarithms also log m to the power of n, this power can be multiplied, that becomes n log m. Anyway, these are the important properties of indices and correspondingly logarithms. Again, this depends more on the problems, but anyway, just glance through the properties and see if you require any explanation on indices or on logarithms. We have something called as characteristics, mantissa and all, where which will help us get the numbers based on log tables, but I'm going to teach you a method where you don't require log table, so we learn directly, nothing to worry about carrying any log tables. One more, change of base in logarithm you should know. Change of base, because log table and all what we have is only for log 10, but if they give you different, we need to change the base. So if I write it as, let's say, log m to base n, if I want to make the change to something like x, so what I write is this log m, I'll write in the numerator, and another alphabet what we have is n, which I write in the denominator as log n. And base, you can write any base of what is your liking. You can say 10 as the base, or you can say x as the base, whichever is depending on the problem, you can make a common base. So log m is the numerator, log n denominator, any new base can be formed. So that's the method for changing the base in logarithms. Okay, so go through the indices and logarithms, see if you require any explanation on any formulas or laws. And whenever something formula like this you get it, no, or something difficult arrives, always approach or always apply Japanese approach, not Indian approach. I don't know if you know the difference between Japanese approach and Indian approach of solving a problem. So whenever you see that somebody can do it or somebody can't do it, if somebody say like that, Japanese approach says if somebody can't do it, then I should do it. What is Indian approach? Somebody can't do it, how can I do it? Or if another way, somebody can do it. What is Japanese approach says, if somebody can do it, I can also do it. Indian approach says, if somebody can do it, let him do it. we will not go about solving it. Or we go one step further and say, I will not let him do it, I will also not do it. I will stop others from doing it. Anyway, I've seen that every time. That's the one thing. Everybody says, no, traffic is a problem. But nobody realizes that you are also part of the traffic. We give build up as if, only you are traveling, everybody else is there only to cause the traffic jam. Everybody is there to do their work also. Everybody wants to reduce traffic, but nobody follows the traffic rules. Anyway, let's focus on this. See if you have any doubt, because again, when somebody else solves the problem, it looks easy, but when you do it yourself, that is challenging. So, as far as possible, try to be independent and solve the problem. Because in class, I always say it is like a film theater. Your projector, you're just coming here, sitting and watching somebody else's performance. And nobody asks you anything. You can aram say go home. That's what a theatrical experience also is all about, watching somebody else's performance. Class is like film theater, but examination, is like operation theater. Where anesthesia called as question paper will be there, a surgeon called as CA institute, and a patient of course called as CA student. So in examination you don't feel the pain because anesthesia is on. Once you start coming out of the exam hall, you start discussing with your friends what answer you got. Other person will tell something, you tell something, especially in accounts problem you discuss balance sheet total. And two friends will be discussing. One friend told, I got balance sheet total 1,25,000. Another person, no, I got 1,27,000. And you would have got 10,25,000. So you can't even participate in the discussion. Your anesthesia starts coming down. And after 2 months, results comes. Operation success, patient died. That is, you passed in all subjects, but you can still fail. Anyway, that can happen only in CA exams. You have passed in subjects, but examination you have failed. Others cannot understand. But anyway, just be careful when somebody else solves, it will be easier. So make sure you also do it independently. Okay, let's go for some problems on indices and logarithms. Yes, please. Yes. Switch on or switch off? Switch off. Okay, done. So let's go to problem number 7. P to the power of x is q, q power y is r power z is p power 6. The value of x, y, z is. Again, when you solve this type of problem, have the mindset. I told you yesterday, but I'll tell you just once more. Do not think who will use this p, x, y, y, z in life and all. Don't think on those lines. Your approach should be, these things are telling you that the problem has to be solved in a systematic manner. Your mind is thinking systematically. That is what the mathematics or statistics is all about. Some people have opinion that what is this mathematics book is full of problems. They say, no, I have enough problem in life, I don't want one more problem in books. But my approach is, book also has problems, life also has problems, but book also has solutions. It is just that we don't know how to solve it. Life also has problems, life also has solution, it is just that we don't know how to solve it. So whenever you see a problem, you know that there is a solution as well. It is just that you have to find a way to get it. So when you see a problem, we have a solution, we go in a systematic manner, the same way, try to adopt in real life as well. So when you see a problem in life, don't keep on cribbing about the problems. Always try to see, how do I solve it? That is where you start finding answers. Otherwise, you will keep on finding only more problems and more problems. So successful persons are not the ones who don't have problems in life. They just find a way to solve it. When you pray to the God also, Don't pray to the God that don't give me any problems. Just pray to the God that give me the strength to face any problems. So don't pray to the God that I'll get a good life partner. I mean, just pray to the God that you can face that person. So let's solve this. So p power x is q. So let's write that. P to the power of x is q. And q power y is r. So what I can do is this q I can substitute. So instead of q to the power of y, this q I'll take it out. The q I'll substitute it as p to the power of x. And to the power of y will continue as it is equal to r. And now what else we have? R power z is p to the power of 6. So what I can do again, substitute one of them. So either I'll substitute in place of p or I can substitute in place of r. So first of all, I need only r or I need only p. And how do I do it is raising the power so that one of them can be taken out. So you can either take out z or you can take out 6. Let's say we'll raise the power to 1 by 6 both sides. Raise the power to 1 by 6. The reason I do 1 by 6 is because I have 6 already, and if I make it into 1 by 6, 6 and 1 by 6 gets cancelled, only 1 remains. And when I do for left hand side, I should do for, both sides. I cannot do only for one side. So what will happen is r to the power of z, raise it to the 1 by 6, and p to the power of 6, and raise it to 1 by 6. So 6 and 6 gets cancelled, only p remains, and r to the power of z into 1 by 6 means I can say z by 6. So p I can substitute back here. In place of p, I can substitute this, which is r to the power of z by 6 whole multiplied by x whole multiplied by y is equal to r. And power of a power can be multiplied. So r to the power of x, y, z by 6 is equal to r. When nothing is there, it means the power is 1. So if I compare, the bases are same. So powers can be equated x, y, z divided by 6 is 1. So x, y, z cross multiply 1 into 6, you get it as 6. So answer is 6. One more observation I can tell. It's not really a shortcut, but just observation. Apply with pinch of salt. So whenever you see something goes in a circle, the questions looks like this, right? P power x, then q power y. See p to q, q to y, or q to r, x to y, y to z. So when something goes in a circle like this, usually the answer is 1. So in the problem in the exam, if you're not able to find any steps, then you can go with the answer as 1. But here it's not 1 because we have p to the power of 6. So 6 became the answer. This is not a rule. It is just an observation. So when you are not in a position to solve, you can use this method to identify the option. So don't use it as a rule. Just use it as observation. Okay, let's go further. If x is 3 plus 2 roots, value of root x minus 1 by root x. Again, we have methods like we square both sides, we use a square b square formula that is there. But let's go with more simpler solution. X is given as 3 plus 2 root 2. So what you do is first you calculate that number. How much you get this? And don't do in calculator 3 plus 2 root 2 and all. First you calculate second part. Indirectly there is a bracket here. First you calculate that. So 2 into root 2, then plus 3 you can do. 2 into root 2 plus 3. 5.828, let's say 5.83. Then actually what I require is root x minus 1 by root x. So what is root of 5.83? Minus 1 by root of 5.83. So 5.83 roots is 2.41. And 1 minus 1 by of that number, 1 by 2.41, that is 0.41. So you get the answer as 2. So wherever possible, you try to go with the mathematical number directly. Okay, next. The value of x into x to the power of 1 by 3, 1 by t to the x. Again, here we can't do anything apart from actually solving it. So x into x to the power of 1 by 3. Let me repeat the question once. X into x to the power of 1 by 3 equals x to the power of 1 by 3 whole to the power of x. I just repeated the question. Now when nothing is there, I always tell the power is 1, and using the property, when the bases are same, powers can be added. So I can write as x to the power of 1 plus 1 by 3, and this is power of a power. I can multiply, so x to the power of 1 by 3 x, and 1 plus 1 by 3, that is if I cross multiply, it's 1 into 3 3, 3 plus 1 4, x to the power of 4 by 3 equals x to the power of 1 by 3x. When the bases are same, I can compare the power. So 4 by 3 equals 1 by 3x. 3 and 3 can be cancelled. So 4 equal to x, or x equals 4. So in mathematics, some solutions you can directly do by shortcut method, but some solutions you have to solve. It will not be always everything is easy, or it will not be always everything needs detailed solving it. So it will always be a mixture of both. So if you make use of shortcuts, you will get more time to solve these kind of problems. And mathematics 40, statistics 40, so it comes totally for 80 marks. Again, people have told me, I cannot guarantee, but whatever students have told me, I share their experience. Of the problem, whatever we solved in the crash course with the shortcuts, at least if it comes, many people have told me that they could pass the exam because of these marks, but I will not go to that extent. But these shortcuts and these problems, even if it comes for 25 to 30 marks, your minimum at least is taken care. So I don't tell that these 2 days crash course will give you 100% of the marks and all. That is too much to expect. But at least out of these problems we solve, even at least 25 to 30 marks, some percentage comes. I think you should be able to solve the paper comfortably. But at least people have told me that these shortcuts, these methods have helped them to score the passing marks at least. So ensure that these shortcuts, these methods are written down somewhere, because you don't find it anywhere. You can't do a Google search. You can't get it in any books specifically. I don't claim I have found out all these shortcuts, but in different places I have accumulated and I am presenting it to you. So it's your responsibility, your obligation to make a note of it wherever the shortcuts are available. Okay, let's go further. If x is 3 to the power of 1 by 3 plus 3 power minus 1 by 3, then 3x cube minus 9x is. Have you seen this in your regular problem? This is one typical questions you'll always get. So what is the method? I don't know if you remember it. We have x equals to 3 power 1 by 3 plus 3 power minus 1 by 3. Then what we do is we cube both sides, x cube, and this also we cube. So this takes the formula of a plus b whole cube, which is a cube plus b cube plus 3ab into a plus b. And then we keep simplifying it. Then we get the final answer. That is what the step is. So the shortcut for this kind of problem, without solving any of those circuits, for this problem, it's very simple. So we have x equal to 3 to the power 1 by 3 plus 3 power minus 1 by 3. So the number what we have is 3. So what you should do is just square that number and do plus 1. And you get the answer. That is 10. That's the shortcuts. Now here don't ask me the question, sir, what if it is not 3x cube? If it is 2x cube, then how do you calculate? If I show you the big calculation, you will never ask me that question. Because that question you understood that solution, you stop with that. Because I give you faster answer, now you might start thinking, what if it is not 3 to the power 1 by 3? What if it is 3 to the power 1 by 4? Don't complicate it. This is a standard problem where they give you to the power of 1 by 3 and minus 1 by 3. That is a standard question. So if standard question comes, you apply the standard answer. That is, whatever the number you see there, you just square it, plus 1, you get the answers. You can try it later. The same question is there in the study material. You go and solve it, you will get it. The answer is only that much. Do not complicate it beyond that. Okay, so let's do one more of this problem just to get the control of it. So observe question number 11. X equal to 5 to the power of 1 by 3 plus 5 to the power of minus 1 by 3. So what do we do? 5 square, that is 25 plus 1, 26. That's all the answer. And when something coming easy, you take it. Don't try to complicate it. What if it is that this? What if it is this? When something is easy, always take it. There is a saying in English, don't try to solve a problem before you see a problem. So solve a problem only when there is a problem. And in saying also Kannada is there. I don't know whether to what extent you can understand, but I'll tell. Yellow kere ide anta ಈಗಲೇ ಪಂಚೆ ಎತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತಿದೆ. Solve a problem when you get a problem, and don't try to ask me to explain and all. You understood, great. If not, also great. So let's solve. We have so many problems, so let's not oversee too many things. Let's solve it as and when it comes. So that's why I always say that life is actually very simple. We try to somehow complicate it. It's all between just two words. If you don't mind, it does not matter. It is just between mind and matter. Anyway, let's go further. Philosophy and all will not work here. Next question, I think it may not be printed properly in the material. So just make a correction of this question. Question number 12. It is 25 to the power of 150 and 25x to the power of 50. The power may not be printed correctly in the material. So correct it in the question. So when question like this comes, we can't solve it. We can't calculate in the calculator 25 to the power of 150. And that is why we need some algebraical methods to solve it. So 25 to the power of 150, 25 to the power of 50. Okay, you can repeat the question as it is. So what I can do is, everything I can make it as a base in terms of 5, so that I can simplify faster. So 25, I can write it as 5 square whole to the power of 150 continues. And here also I write as 5 square into x continues whole to the power of 50 also will continue. So I can open the brackets. So 150 into 2. So 5 to the power of 300. And here what happens, I have to bring the text to inside the brackets. So I have to apply both the places. 5 square into 50, 2 into 50 means I get hundreds. So 5 to the power of hundreds and x to the power of 50. Now this I can bring it to left side. 5 to the power of 300s divided by 5 to the power of hundreds is x to the power of 50. And 300 by 100, that is I can subtract using the property a power m by a power n is a power m minus n. So x to the power of 50 I can write as 5 to the power of 300 minus 100. So that will give me 5 to the power of 200s. And here I have x to the power of 50. Now on one side I have 50, other side I have 200, so I can't compare it. So what do I do to make it comparable? I'll raise the power to both sides, let's say 4. I mean, I'll make 50 into 4 and divide by 4. Okay, I'll make it like this. See if you're able to understand. I'll write it as 50 x to the power of 1 by 4 whole to the power of 50 into 4. So basically I'm multiplying by 4, dividing by 4. And the reason why I'm multiplying by 4, because I want to make it as 200. Both sides it will be equal for that reason. Or I can also write this 200 as 50 into 4. That way also I can compare. That's also fine. So is equal to 5 to the power of 200. Since bases are same, power can be compared. I mean, powers are same, base can be compared. 200 is equal. So x to the power of 1 by 4 is 5. And how do I make it 1 by 4 into 4? I mean, how do I take it out? Raise the power both sides to 4. So 1 by 4 and 4 gets cancelled. So x equals to 5 to the power of 4. So what we have done here is I multiplied by 4, I have divided by 4. The reason why I did it, because I want to make it as same number, which is 200, for that reason. And then 200 I took it out, 5 as it is, x power 4 1 by as it is, and 1 by 4 I have raised the power to 4 both sides, so that is cancelled. So what remains is 5 to the power of 4. Okay, next. Log 8 to the base 2 is equal to, so this I cannot calculate in calculator, nor I cannot calculate in using log table, because log table only calculates base of 10. But here we have base of 2. So if you have to simplify, you have to use the basic properties only. So let's write log 8 to the base 2 as something like x and convert this log form into exponential form. So base is 2, the right hand side is the power is equal to 8. And to make it comparable, express in same base. So 2 power x, I can write as 2 power 3, 2 cube is 8. So bases are same, powers are equal, x equal to 3. What comes below is the base, what comes on right hand side is the power. And whenever we calculate log, it always means we calculate the power. Actually, if you are comfortable, we don't have to write down so much. What you should do is, what is this log 8 to the base 2 means? What should be the power of 2? So that answer is 8. So 2 cube is 8. You don't have to calculate so much, but to be aware of it. Whenever we say log of something, it means we are calculating a power. Log equals power. Okay, next. On solving the equation log 3, log 2, log 3 equal to 1, the value of t is. So in this case, we have to apply log basics only. Let's repeat the problem once. Log 3, within that we have square brackets, log 2, then we have log t to base 3, and close the square brackets is equal to 1. Now in this full expression, first we have to expand the square brackets. So what is the base and what is the power? The base in this case is 3, this one, what I have highlighted in blue, and what comes on right hand side is the power. So I will write like this, base is 3, power is 1, so 3 power 1. Remaining continues. The remaining portion is log 2 and log 3, log t to base 3. The first logarithm I am not writing it because I have converted log form into a exponential form. Again here the base is 2 and the right hand side is the power. So when I simplify it further, this becomes 2 to the power of 3. 3 power 1 means 3 only. And this first log I will not take it. I write only what is there inside this, that is log t to the base 3. The second log I will not write. So 2 cube means 8. So what is the base here? The base is 3 and the power is right hand side 8. So I can write 3 power 8. Again I don't write log here, I just write it as t, and 3 power 8 is, so 3 into, you can press equal to 7 times. 6561. So 3 into equal, you press equals to 7 times. Because power is 8, you always press equals to 1 less number of times. 3 into, keep pressing equal 7 times. Okay. For this kind of problem, the shortcut can be this. When you see 3, 2, 3, 1, so what you do is, you keep writing in the powers. So this 3, I'll write in the base. Next 2, I'll write 2. Next 3, I'll write top. then next 1. So basically you have to keep calculating the powers. So what is 3 power 1? That is 3. And what is 2 power 3? 8. And you got the answer 3 power 8 as 6561. So whenever you get this log of something within brackets, you keep writing on the top of it. So I'll just rewrite once more. So that is, you start with the first number base 3, then on that next number 2, on that next number 3, and on that last power, which is 1, and keep solving from the top to bottom. So 3 power 1 is 3, 2 power 3 is 8, and 3 power 8, that's how you get 6561. Okay, next. Given log 2 is 0.3010, log 3 is 0.4771, find log 6. Okay, first let me solve using the property, then I'll tell you how to calculate using the calculator. So we need log 6, and how can I write log 6 as? I can write it as 3 into 2. And property of logarithm is, if it is log 3 into log 2, I can write it as log 3 plus log 2. Log mn is log m plus log n. Property of logarithms. Log 3 is 0.4771 and log 2 is 0.3010, and add both 0.7781. Anyway, using the property, so how to calculate this in calculator also I will tell you. Okay, next in the calculator now. Okay, how to calculate this? What we need is log 6. So type the number 6 in the calculator. Then you type square root 15 times minus 1 divided by 0.00007027, of course, equals. Get the answer. So this is the way you can calculate in regular calculator also. Square root 15 times minus 1 divided by, this is a fixed number, 0.00007027. You remember it, you by heart it. If you can't remember, go and get a tattoo on your hand with this number. So nobody will understand what is going to be there. In the exam you can use this. Point 00007027. It's a standard fixed number. So you don't need any log table for this. Okay, so next. So when we have a method for logarithms, why not we have a method for anti-logarithms? That also we have a method. So let's not use any property. Let's go to the method directly. So type the number. What we need in this case is 0.6090. Here multiplied by that number 0.00007027. Again, if you want to remember this better, maybe you can make everything password as this number. Every time you log in your Gmail, Facebook, you keep this as password so that you repeat so many times, you will not forget it. 0.00007027. Then you do +1. There we did -1. So here we are doing opposite, +1. And what did it be there? In the logarithm, we pressed the square root 15 times. Here I do opposite, which is into equals, like that 15 times. .06. Okay. So that's the answer, 4.06. Also make sure you write down those steps somewhere. Write it in a neat format as possible. You know, if you read it later, you should understand. That's one. Sometimes what happens is, your friend does not write it down properly. Your friend will take a Xerox of your notes. And if your friend is not able to understand, that friend will scold you, your family, and why all those things. So write in a neat format so that anybody can at least understand. Okay, next. Log x is m plus n, log y m minus n, find log 10x by y square. In the material, again, the question may not be printed properly. That last part, it's y square. That square might not be printed, so might correct it in the question. It is 10x y square. So here I can't use any shortcut formula, so I'll have to use the property only. So what we need is log 10x divided by y square. So log mn, I can write it as log mn. So 10 into x, I can write it as log 10 plus log x, and divided by y square, I can write it as minus log y square. Divided by, I can make it as minus, multiplied, we'll make it as plus, the property of logarithms. And when nothing is there, it always means the base is 10. That's always the interpretation. The base is implied as 10. And log 10 to base 10, the answer is 1. Any number to the same base, it is 1. Actually, it goes like this. Log 10 is 1 because 10 to the power of 1. Then log 100 will become 2 because 10 square, 10 cube. So that is what is log values. But anyway, log 10 to base 10, that is 1. Log x, they have given m plus n. Log y, okay, I can make it as 2 log y. The power can be multiplied. And within brackets, log y, that is m minus n. Simplify 1 plus m plus n minus 2 into m minus 2m minus into minus plus 2 into n to n. So 1 remains as it is. Plus m minus 2m becomes minus m, and n plus 2n becomes 3n. So 1 minus m plus 3n, option A. Okay, next. Log x plus log y is log x plus y. Y can be expressed as log x plus log y. Okay, let's rewrite the question once. Log x plus log y is log x plus y. This is not the formula, this is what they have given. So we have to simplify it further. Log x plus log y, we can write as log x y. That is m plus n. We can make it as m into n in logarithms. And equals the right hand side kept as it is, log x plus y. So log and log I can take it out. So I can only write the variables. Xy is x plus y. And they want to express y, so the y I'll keep it to the left side. Xy minus y is x, and I can take y common. X minus 1 is x, and x minus 1 I take it to the right side. It is x by x minus 1. X by x minus 1, that is option C. Okay, next. Which is true if 1 by AB, 1 by BC, 1 by CA is 1 by ABC. Again, in the question, it's not maybe printed properly. So rewrite that part. 1 by AB, 1 by BC, 1 by CA is 1 by ABC. Okay, in the solution, again, let me rewrite. 1 by AB plus 1 by BC plus 1 by CA is 1 by ABC. And if I have to simplify, you know how to make the denominator same fraction. So I'll have to, for that purpose, AB is there. So I'll have to multiply and divide by C each. BC is there. So multiply, divide by A each. CA is there. So multiply, divide by B each. Okay, let me write in the next thing only better. So this C is what I multiply. Denominator becomes ABC. So here I multiplied by A. Denominator is ABC. Here B. So denominator becomes ABC. So if I take denominator same now, numerator becomes A plus B plus C divided by ABC equals 1 by ABC. So ABC cancels. So what we get is A plus B plus C equal to 1. So A plus B plus C equal to 1. To simplify further, what I do is I take log on both sides. So it will become log A plus B plus C is equal to log 1. I'm just taking log on both sides. And the property of log 1, the answer will be 0. The reason being log 1 is 0 is because the base is anything. Let's say base is A. Any number to the power of 0 is, the answer is 1. So in general, you remember, whenever a log 1 comes, it means it is 0. Log 1 is always 0. So log A plus B plus C, the answer is 0. So option D. So in this chapter, you would have observed the formulas are there, but it depends more on the number of problems you solve. It only comes with that experience, just like the way life is. Life has some basic formulas. Beyond that, you only have to figure it out yourself, and that comes from more practice. So more number of problems you solve, more experience you become. That's the best part of the process I've seen in life. In life, everybody wants success. But how does success comes from? Experience. And how experience comes from? Failures. So how the success comes from? Failures. So if you want to see more success, then you should taste more failures. Only then the success can be achieved, and you can also appreciate only if you know what is the meaning of failures. And also observe, in life, that is a process. See, when you are in school, high school was difficult. So when you came to high school is difficult, school became easier. When you came to college, high school became easier, college became difficult. When you joined CA, the college is not even exam. The same experience will continue, let me tell you. When you go to intermediate IPCC, you feel like foundation is that is not an exam at all. You will feel it. When you go to the CA finals, you'll be like, CA intermediate is not even an exam. CA final is the real final because you become chartered accountant. And after passing CA, you join a job, then you feel, I think CA final only was better. Because at least you can decide when to read, when not to read. Life was in your control. Job, it is not in your control. And after that, you get married, you'll be like, job only was better. Anyway, so that's how the process of life is. As you move further, you always feel that the previous life is better. Okay. This is about ratio, proportions, logarithm, and indices. So let's move further to the next chapter, which is equations. From exam point of view or from syllabus point of view, you have only two types. One is the linear equations and quadratic equations. We don't have anything beyond that. But I also have included one type of problem on coordinate geometry, basically the graphical part. But this graphical part problems are not there in your latest study material much. But I still would prefer to include those problems because those concepts are still required for next chapter. So when I say inequalities, I have to show it in graph only. So I need to explain the basics of graph. So this part I cannot remove it. And in examination, logically, this question should not come, the coordinate geometry, but institute, you cannot expect only logical things. So something which is unexpected, beyond what is there in the syllabus, some questions can come. Let's prepare ourselves to the extent possible. Basics at least. Okay. Linear equations means the power is 1. Most problem you can expect in application problems, most of them we can solve by options method, or they'll ask you to do the simultaneous questions, which you have been seeing for long period of time. But formulas exist in the quadratic equations. Whenever they say find solution, means you have to solve x. We have two methods. Either we can solve by factorization, or we have a formula that is minus b plus or minus b square minus 4ac by 2a. And the quadratic equation format is this: ax square plus bx plus c is 0, where a is the coefficient of x square, b is the coefficient of x, and c is the constant. So substitute that b here, and b square minus 4ac, a is the coefficient of x square, c is the constant, divide by 2a, and that way also will get the value of x. Properties, each property is important here. In quadratic equation, two solutions possible. They are also called as roots. And sum of the roots, it is minus b by a. Product of the roots, it is c by a. And if we have the roots, I can find out the equation, that is x square minus sum into x plus product is 0. And one more variety or the property they'll ask you is the nature of the roots. That I can identify it by this portion, which is b square minus 4ac. Three things are possible. Either it is equal to 0, more than 0, or lesser than 0. If it's equal to 0, then roots are real and equal, because equal to 0 means this portion will be taken out. So the same number will come. Roots are real and equal. If it is more than 0, roots are real. And then we check whether the number is a perfect square or not. Perfect square like 36, 49, 64. If the number is a perfect square, then roots are rational. If it is not a perfect square, the roots are irrational. And if it is less than 0, means negative, means it is imaginary in nature. And whenever roots are irrational, one more properties, they always occur in conjugate pairs. Means if 2 plus root 3 is one root, then 2 minus root 3 will be another root. Then coordinate geometry, distance formula is there, but what is important is this: the equation of a straight line, y equals mx plus c, where the coefficient of m is called as slope and c is called as the constant. In your economics language, I can say maybe the plus c is like a fixed cost and the m is like a variable cost. So when you draw the graph, it looks like this. The starting point is the fixed cost, which is in this case called as c or intercept. And the way in which the line is increasing, that is what is called as slope. So that's what is variable cost in economics. So when the slope is positive, the line is upwards. If the slope is negative, the line is downwards. If the slope is 0, how does the line will look like? Upwards, downwards, upwards, downwards. It is a horizontal line. No upwards, no downwards. So if it is a constant only, no variable, only fixed cost line, that is a horizontal line. That is no slope. Anyway, that is straight line property. Okay. Then how do you check whether a point is on the line or not? Algebraically, because graphically you can see there is a line. If I show this point, it is on the line. If I show you another point, this is not on the line. Graphically you can see, but algebraically what do you do is, if you want to check whether a point is on straight line, you substitute that in x value, y value. If the equation holds good, that is LHS equal to RHS, then we see the point is on the line. If it is not, the point is not on the line. Then using the two lines, we can find out the slope, that is y2 minus y1 by x2 minus x1. y2, x1 are the coordinates points. And y2 minus y1, difference in y by difference in x. x2 minus x1, that gives you the formula of slope from 2 points. And the equation of a parallel line, lines are parallel when the slopes are equal, and lines are perpendicular. When you multiply the slope, the answer becomes -1. And point of intersections can be solved, can be computed by solving the simultaneous equations. These properties will may not be asked in this chapter, but when we solve inequalities, these concepts are required. So glance through this chapter, see if you require any clarifications. What is the longest session you had without break? Continuous session without any break. 3 hours. Your life may be at risk, tell it carefully. Others are looking at differently. Anyway, just asking, don't worry. There is always a record which needs to be broken everywhere. I just asked you. Just wanted to see your capacity to hold. Okay, just go through this formula, see if you require any explanation for any formulas. And most of the problems of this chapter we can solve by substitution method. Okay, so let's go for problems. If x minus 2 plus x minus 3 is 7, then x equals. This 2 modulus sign means we should always ignore the negative signs. Again, let's not solve it. Let's substitute. If I put option as 6, will I get the answer as 7 in place of 6? Here and here. 6 minus 2 is 4. And 6 minus 3 is 3. And 4 plus 3 is 7. Yes, option A also we get it. But don't stop with that. Go to option B also. If I substitute -1 in here, -1 minus 2, we get -3. But ignore the minus sign. We get 3. Then substitute -1 here. So in place of x, -1 minus 3 is -4. Ignore the minus sign. We get +4. So here also we get the answer as 7. So actually it is option C. You can just say the using a substitution method. We are not calculating anything, just substituting the options. You see that both are giving LHS and RHS. So option C is the answer. Okay, next. 3 persons, Roy, Paul, Singh, together have 51 rupees. Mr. Paul has 4 less than Roy. Mr. Singh has got 5 less than Roy. What is the money each has? Again, let's not solve it. Let's just observe. Look at the Roy, Paul, Singh, first person, second person, third person. Mr. Paul, Paul is the second person. He is having 4 rupee less than Roy. Roy is the first person. So second person should have got 4 rupee less. Look at the option where 4 rupee less is there. That is in option A. 16 rupees, 4 rupee less. So that's all. Option A. You should look at only first two persons. Don't look at third person, because they're the first sentence only talking about the first two persons. Okay, if you want, you can apply second also. Mr. Singh means the third person has got 5 rupee less than Roy. So 15 rupee you can see, 5 rupee less than 20. So no need to solve, no need to compute. Just if you understand the question correctly, you can identify in the options. Next. If x plus y is 33, x plus y by x minus y is 13 by 3, x and y is, again we can simply substitute. In place of x you substitute 4. In place of y you substitute 8. So 4 plus 5 into 8. I think we get 44. So that is not the option. Let's try option B. X is equal to 8 and y equals to 5. So 8 plus 5 into 5. This is 25 plus 8, 33. So yes, option B. That's why I told you, you don't have to simplify in many of these problems. You can simply substitute. Okay, next. A railway half ticket cost half the full fare. That is logical, you know. Half ticket means half only. Reservation charge is the same as half ticket as full ticket. That is also logical. Reservation charge has to be full. One reserved first class ticket from Chennai to Trivandrum cost 216. One full and one half reserved first class ticket cost 327. What is the basic first class full fare and what is the reservation charge? Again, don't complicate further. They're asking, or they're giving one reserved first class ticket. Reserved class ticket means it will include the ticket charge as well as the reservation charge. So both of them should put together should give you 216. Look at the option where together 216 is coming. Option D, that's all. Yeah, that's all the answer. Sometimes you can't believe that. Is that all the answer? Yes, it is the answer. See, every question will not be like this, but some question will be. You have to make use of it. So when some problems you solve like this, other problems you can get more time. Okay, next. A number consists of 2 digits, which is 4 times sum of its digits. If 27 is added, the digits are reversed. The number is. See, first of all, you observe, they said the number consists of 2 digits. Suppose options in the exam was like this, no? 63, 3, 7, 3, 41. The answer would have been directly 63 because 2 digits. I mean, here they did not make it so obvious, but some questions it was so obvious. So you have to make use of it wherever possible. Let's try other simpler one. Simpler one is if 27 is added, digits should be reversed. Let's check it out. 63 plus 27, 90. Digits are not reversed. Reversed means 63 should become 36. That's what reversal means. For 35, add 27. 62, not reversed. 36, for that you add 27. 63. 36 became 63. Yeah, that's the answer. Sometimes answer will be so obvious like the previous problem, and sometimes you have to do one extra step. So you make use of these things, you get more time for other problems which will be lengthier. And please don't try to do the guesswork. That's not recommended. One of the mock exam I observed, one person, came to exam with 2 coins. Throughout the exam, what he was doing is toss a coin, A or B, toss a coin, C or D, then select it. He finished the paper in 15 minutes. But he did not go out. In the last 15 minutes, he was doing it again. I asked him what you're doing. He said, I'm verifying my answers, whether I'm getting same answer or not. So please don't try those stunts in exams. If you're not sure about the answers, do not choose. Don't think God will give me the answer and I will ask God and he'll give me the answer through coins and I'll select it. Don't go on those bases. One of the interviews I was watching, and players was telling in some cricket match long time back when Dhoni was the captain, India was all out for very low number or something. So in the team meeting, Dhoni just told one sentence: do not expect any God to come and save us. That's all he told. Means everything you have to do it yourself. So all these things and all, don't put the blame on God that I will prove that God exists. I will not read and go to exam hall. God will help me. Don't do on those things. So do you think you have to be luckier to pass the exams like this? Definitely luck is required. In life also luck is required. But many people don't know the definition of luck. Luck is not when food is served in front of you. Luck is when the preparation meets opportunity. If you are prepared, you will get opportunity, and that's what you have to wait for it. That's what is luck. You just wait for it without preparation. Even if it comes, you can't do anything about it. So always be prepared to face it. Luck will definitely come in your time, one time or the another. Okay, let's go further, and that's what I mean by luck. Sometimes questions like this straightforward also can come. Mrs. B invested rupees 30,000. Don't even read further. How much did she invest at each rate? So what would be total investments? 30,000. That's all. No, option A. That's what happened in the previous problem. I told you. The previous problem, they said consists of 2 digits. So first I look at the options. Anything which is not 2 digits, I'll take it out. But here what happened? All the options were 2 digits. So first method did not apply. I'll go further. The second method what I had is 27. The digits are reversed. If that also happened in 2 options, I would have gone to 1 point further. So here, first thing what happened? They said invested 30,000. So I look at options. Which gives me 30,000? Option A, give me the answer. Suppose another one is also there, 15,000, 15,000. That is also 30,000. Then I'll go one step further. Then what is the one step further? Each part giving you 5% interest and 8% interest. So multiply 5% on 10,000 and 8% on 20,000. So 500 and 1,600 together 2,100. That's what they're telling. Together you get 2,100. So always go for first point. If you see first point giving many answers, then you go to the second step. But many times you don't accept, but you should see the exams. By looking at the first question only, we get the answer. Many times it happens. If it does not happen, you go to the next point. Anyway, so the answer is option A, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Okay, now what do you do like this? The values of 4 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 4 plus 1 by 4 dot dot dot. Then you know what we normally do? This we'll take it as x. And if I look at only denominator, how does it look like? This also looks like x only. So we make like 4 plus 1 by x equal to x, and we solve it. A quadratic equation comes, you can solve it. But before we go for that, first you apply common sense. What is the common sense? It is 4 plus something, and you are having 1 divided by any number. 1 divided by will always be less than 1. 1 by 10, 1 by 7, 1 by 3 will always be less than 1. So our answer has to be 4 point something, because 4 plus point. So answer has to be 4 point. Look at the option where you get 4 point. You do 1 plus root 5. 1 plus root 5, 3.23 something. Okay, this cannot be the answer. Look at option B, 2 plus root 5, 4.23. Yes, that's all the answer. 4 point is coming here. So sometimes it looks so complicated, but if you just take a moment and see, it would have been much more simpler than what you can imagine. Anyway, so the answer is 4 point something. Answer is option B. I'm not telling every answer can be like this. But in the exam, out of 10 questions, at least if 3-4 questions you can do like this, remaining 5-6 questions, you get time. And in that time, you can solve more problems. And I don't know if you know the mathematics. In the exam, you have 100 questions. And how many minutes? You have to solve it in 2 hours, not 3 hours exam, 120 minutes. So for every one question, 120 by 100. If I do, for every question, I get 1.2 minutes. And 1.2 minutes is not 20 seconds. It is actually 72 seconds. 0.2, you have to multiply it by 60. So you do 1.2 multiplied by 60 seconds. That is, for every question, you get only 72 seconds. In that 72 seconds, you should read the problem, solve it, look at the option, look at your friend's paper, check whether answer is correct, then come back and you have to mark it. All these circles, you have to finish it in just 72 seconds. It is challenging. Every question you cannot solve in 72 seconds. But what you can do, some questions like this will take 10 seconds. Statistics, some theory questions will take 5 seconds. So you can use more time for solving some maths problems. So that's the balance you have to maintain. You can never have every problem solved in 72 seconds. That's not possible. Anyway, let's go further. The answer is option B here. That's all. 1 root of x square minus 3x plus k is 2. Then the k is. Okay, so let's use 1 root is 2. Root means x. Substitute x. When I say roots, it means x. So x is equal to 2. Substitute x. 2 square minus 3 into 2 plus k equals 0. 2 square is 4. 3 into 2 is 6 plus k. So k equals minus 6 becomes plus 6 plus 4 becomes minus 4. So k is also 2. Root is x. Whenever they say root, it is x. For for some people, life also, root of all problem is x only. So whenever we say roots, you can take it as x. Okay, next. Just substitute, nothing else. They said root is 2, root means x. Okay, next. If alpha and beta are the roots of quadratic equation and alpha plus beta is -2, alpha into beta -3, find the quadratic equation. We have a formula. From the roots, we can form the equation. The formula is x square minus the sum of roots multiplied by x plus product of roots equal to 0. So from the roots, I can form the equation. The sum they have given as -2, alpha and beta. So in the sum, you can write within brackets -2, x as it is, plus product they have given as -3. So minus of minus becomes plus, so x square plus 2x and -3 equals 0. Okay, next. If one root is reciprocal to another, the value of p is. Okay, let's write the equation. 5x square plus 13x plus p equal to 0. We can use the formula of product of roots because it's a reciprocal. So when I have reciprocals, I can simplify easily. So I'll make use of product of roots. Product of roots formula is c by a. C is the constant here, which is p, and a is the coefficient of x square, which is 5. And product of roots means I told you roots means x. Another one is, they said it's a reciprocal. If one is x, so another one will be 1 by x. Reciprocal means 1 by. So x and x gets cancelled, cross multiply. So you get p equals to 5. Answer is 5. Or in fact, you can remember this as a property. Whenever roots are reciprocal, a and c will be same. That a will be equal to c whenever the roots are reciprocal. Okay, next. The roots of cubic equations are. So again, the best method is to substitute. So let's try first one, x equals to 1. So x cube, that is 1 cube minus 7 into 1 plus 6. I think we get 0 only. Okay, that's what we want also, 0. Let's try x equals to 2. That is 2 cube minus 7 into 2 plus 6. So 2 cube is 8. 8 plus 6, 14. 7 minus 2 into 2 also 14. So this also you get 0. So 1 is also correct. 2 is also correct. Let's try 3. 3 cube minus 7 into 3 plus 6. 3 cube is 27. 27 minus 21 is 6. 6 plus 6 is 12. So this is not the answer we are looking for. Then let's try option C, because 1 is there, 2 is there, only left out is minus 3 there. That should be the answer. Let's confirm. Let's put x equals to minus 3. Minus 3 cube minus 7 into minus 3 plus 6. So minus 27 plus 6 minus 21 plus 21. This is 0. So it is option C. Okay, so hope you got it. Let's go further. Now we have few problems. Many of them I told you coordinate geometry, which problems are not connected. So I will not solve these things. Property discussed. But one problem I'll solve, which is helpful for us later also. So one question I'll solve, that is 15th question. So 12th, 13th, 14th you ignore, because that type of questions is not coming now. If you want, you can solve later and you can message me if you want the solution. Let's focus on the last question, but this is relevant. Let's solve the last one, 15th one. A firm produces 50 units of product for 320 rupees, 80 units for 380 rupees. Considering the cost curve to be a straight line, the cost of producing 110 units to be estimated as. So when I say cost, we write the equation like this, where let's say y equal to mx plus c. C stands for, in this case, constant, but if in terms of cost function, the c will be like a fixed cost. And this m, slope, is the variable cost. And this y, that is the total cost. And total cost depends on how many units you produce. X here represents number of units. So y is total cost, m is variable cost, x is number of units, c is the fixed cost. So if I substitute in the first equation, how does it look like? 50 units. Total cost is 320. So y means 320 total cost equals m, I don't know how much is the variable cost, but number of unit is 50. So I'll say m into 50 plus c is the constant. The constant is, the fixed cost I don't know. I'll just call it as c. Second one, the cost is 380 equals variable cost I don't know. Number of units in the second situation is 80 and fixed cost is not known. So what I should do at this point in time is I need to simplify, basically solve simultaneous equations. So minus, I can subtract, I can minus and minus. So C and C gets cancelled. 320 minus 380 means minus 60. And m is common here. So I can write 50 minus 8. So minus 30. So minus 30m is minus 60. So I can write M as minus 60 by minus 30. So 60 by 30 means M equals 2 rupees. Okay, now I'll substitute in one of the questions, one of the equations. 320 equals M is 2 rupees into 50 plus C. So 320 equals 100 plus C, or 320 minus 100 is C, and therefore C equals 220. So what the equation will become, if I write the original equation, y equals M is 2x plus fixed cost, that is 220. Okay. But what they're asking in the problem, for producing 110 units. So substitute X as 110. Cost for 110 units, 2 into 110 plus 220. So 220 plus 220, you get 440. Okay, hope you got it. Actually, there's one more method. I just wanted to show you that also quickly, so that after this, we can go to next problem. You still have not learned prudence principle. Okay. So if I go with units and cost, units is 50 units, the cost is 320. Units is 80, the cost is 380. So if I want to produce 30 more units, 50 to 80 means 30 more units. Cost at that I need to incur is 320 to 380 means 60 more rupees. And what is asked in the problem? 110 units. So from 80 units, I have to produce 30 units more. So how much more cost I have to incur? Same 60 rupees. So 380 plus 60, I'll get 440. Anyway, there's a cost function also you need to be aware of. Okay, good. So this is about equalities or equations chapter. Inequalities, we'll take it after the break. So 11 o'clock now. Take a break of 15 minutes. 11:15 we'll meet. 15 minutes. Okay, moving on to the next small chapter, inequalities. Typically two kind of problem you get. One is on solving inequalities. The other is representing on graph. Solving inequalities, you should know that either you'll use lesser than symbol or greater than symbol. But one main point to be kept in mind is if you multiply it by minus sign both sides, the symbol gets changed. Which means if I say that x is or minus x is lesser than 8, if I multiply it by minus 1, the minus x becomes plus x, and this 8 becomes minus 8, and more importantly, the lesser than symbol will become greater than. This is one property you need to keep it in mind as far as solving the inequalities is concerned. Representing in graph, they will either ask you to identify a lesser than or greater than. So if I have a graph like this is like, x equal to 10, something like this, a vertical line. If you have a horizontal line, something like this, you might say like y equals to 7, something like this. And right hand side region will be greater than, and left hand side region will be lesser than. Actually, this is yeah. When it is a horizontal line means the above line is greater than, above region I can say, and the below region is lesser than. But when you have an equation like this, or when you have a line like this on a graph, if the line looks like this, which region is above, which region is greater, so what is better? Or if something goes like this, what you do is whenever you have a line something like this, you say towards the origin is lesser than, and away from the origin is greater than. You remember like that, that is better. Towards the origin is lesser, away from the origin is greater. That much you remember, sufficient. How to identify in horizontal line, how to identify in vertical line, and if it is other than vertical, like a diagonal line, then towards the origin is lesser than, and away from the origin is greater than. That much remember is good enough. Or you can also do one more thing, that's called as test point method. You substitute origin 0, 0. If inequality is satisfied, that means the area is towards the origin. If inequality is not satisfied, it is away from the origin. That is also fine. But the shortcut of moving away towards the origin is lesser, away from the origin is greater, that should be sufficient. Okay, just based on these concepts, let's take up the problems. So come to the question number 1. The solution of the inequality 8x plus 6 lesser than 12x plus 14. Let me rewrite the question once. 8x plus 6 lesser than 12x plus 14. So 12x, I bring it to left side. So plus 10x, 12x becomes minus 12x. 6 goes to right side. So plus 6 becomes minus 6. 8 minus 12, that is minus 4x, lesser than 14 minus 6, that is 8. So minus x lesser than 8 divided by 4. So minus x is lesser than 2. And if I want to convert this into minus into plus, I multiply it by minus 1. So minus x becomes plus x, 2 becomes minus 2. But more importantly, the lesser than becomes greater than. So it is minus 2 and more. And more means we go up till the right extreme, that is infinity. So minus 2 to infinity means that is option D. Minus 2 greater than, we go up to infinity. So minus 2 to infinity. Okay. Next one. A firm is engaged. I thought only people are engaged. So here, a firm is also engaged in producing two products, A and B. Each unit of product A requires 2 kg of raw material and 4 labor hours for processing, whereas each unit of B requires 3 kg of raw material, 3 labor hours for the same type. Every week, the firm has availability of 60 kg of raw material and 96 labor hours. This can be expressed as. Okay, so first, whatever the sentence we have, we'll convert this into a tabular formats. So two products, let's call it as X1 and X2. Product A, let's call it as X1. Number of units, and B, let's call it as X2. It requires raw material. So let me give one expression which is raw material, and it also requires labors. Okay, let's focus on raw material. Product A requires 2 kg of raw material for every unit. So if you produce 1 unit, 2 kg. If you produce 2 kgs, then you multiply it by 2. If you produce 10 units, then you multiply it by 10. In general, if I take x1 number of units, the raw material required will be 2x1. That is 2 multiplied by number of units. Similarly, for second product requires 3 kg of raw materials. So that I'll add and say plus 3x2. So 2x1 required for first product, 3x2 required for second product, and together maximum raw material available is 60 kg. So you cannot cross 60. It has to be lesser than 60 kgs. So total raw material has to be lesser than 60. It cannot cross it. Similarly, when it comes to labor, it requires 4 labor hours. So 4x1 plus the second requires 3 labor hours. So 3x2, and together it cannot cross 96 labor hours. So less than 96. So 2x1, 3x2 less than 60. 4x1, 3x2 less than 96. So that is there in option A. That is the answer. Okay, next. As per Companies Act, a legal association can have at most 20 without being a company. This can be expressed as at most 20 means it has to be lesser than or equal to 20. So it is option B, less than or equal to 20. You cannot cross 20 members. So less than or equal to 20, option B. The equation x equal to 15 is represented in the graph like this. So this is x-axis, the vertical is y-axis, and x equal to 15, somewhere something like this. It's always 15. So you get a line like this. So this is horizontal, perpendicular to x-axis and parallel to y-axis. So both are true. It is option C. It's parallel to y and perpendicular to x. So both are true. Answer is option C. Next, the graph express the inequality 5x plus 3y greater than 30. So this is not any horizontal line or vertical line. So you go with our shortcut thing. So it is greater than symbol, and greater than means it is away from the origin, and away from the origin is option C. You can this what identified. This line represents equals to, and you can see the second one they have plotted here, which is towards the origin. So this is actually lesser than, and this one they have plotted here, so which is away from the origin. So this is greater than. So greater than here is option C. So whenever you want to represent inequality, first you should represent equation, and then the region is identified. Inequality always represents a region, not a number. So region will be either greater than, means above, or lesser than, below. The greater than, so it should be above the line or away from the origin. So option C. Okay, so that is the kind of question you can expect in inequalities or identifying it in graph. Okay, let's go to the most important chapter now, that is interest and annuities. Simple interest, compound interest, and annuities. Okay, as far as interest is concerned, there are two types, simple interest and compound interest. And the difference is, in simple interest, interest remains same every year because you calculate on the same principle. But in compound interest, it increases. You calculate on the original principle, and also you calculate the interest till the previous period. So you calculate interest on interest. So it's called as compound interest. Formula wise, for simple interest, direct formula is also there, or we can calculate future value like this. We usually don't use that formula, that is f equal to p into 1 plus n into I. But we have to use like that in compound interest. So that formula I'll forget. Interest formula I can calculate as, popularly we say PTR by 100, which is principal into the time period into the rate of interest. Or if I know the future value, then I can subtract the present value. Whereas when I come to compound interest, two formulas don't exist like this. There is only one formula, which is I have to compute the future value of compound interest. That is, future value is p into 1 plus I power n. And I subtract present value, then only I get interest. Direct compound interest formula don't exist. In compound interest method, I have to calculate the future value, then subtract the present value, and that is what gets the interest. So basically, interest is difference between future value and present value. We can apply that also in the life. So what is difference between your future and your present? It is your interest level. So if your future has to be high, take care of your interest level. So applicable for money, applicable for life. Normally we say compounding is done once a year, that is interest on interest, but sometimes it might be more than once a year. In that case, we have two methods. One, I can recalculate the rate of interest, that's called as effective interest, or I can alter the formula itself, keeping the formula, keeping the rate of interest same. So effective rate of interest, if I change it formula wise, it's 1 plus I divided by n to the power of n minus 1, where I represents number of conversion periods in a year. So for example, if I do compounding done 2 times a year, it's called as compounding semi-annually, and rate of interest 10% for example, then I do 1 plus 0.10 divided by 2 to the power of 2 minus 1. So this is what represents effective rate of interest compounded half yearly. If it is compounded quarterly, then I will divide by 4 to the power of 4. Anyway, that is the formula for converting the normal rate of interest into the compound interest, I mean effective rate of interest, one method. Another method is also there where we change the formula itself. The basic formula was future value is present value into 1 plus I to the power of n. If I make it half yearly compounding, what I'll do is this I will divide by 2. Means 10% per annum is same as if I divide by 2, 5% for 6 months. And what will happen to n? Number of years, also I'll express it in number of half years. That is, if I have 5 years, 5 year is same as 10 half years. So formula wise, what change I'll do is, in I will divide by 2, and in n I will multiply it by 2. That's how I calculate compounding is done half yearly. If it is compounding done monthly, this I will divide by 12, and this n we will multiply it by 12. So whatever is the compounding frequency, rate of interest you divide, number of periods you multiply. In one place you divide, other place multiply. That formula will take care of it. If it is compounded quarterly, then rate of interest is divided by 4, and the power n is multiplied by 4. And that's how, if it is compounding done more than once a year, future value can be calculated. This is with respect to the interest is concerned. Then we come to the word annuities. So what is the word annuities means? There has to be a series of payments, not one payment or two payments. It has to be equal payment every year or every month. So examples of annuities are when you take a housing loan, the EMI what you pay, or you have insurance premium. Every year you pay insurance premium, or in your accounts you have something called a sinking fund. All those things is coming under example of annuities. If you make the payment at the end of each year, it's called as annuity regular. If you make a payment at the beginning of each year, it's called as annuity immediate. Future value of annuity, this is the formula given, A into 1 plus I power n minus 1 by I. I is rate of interest, n is number of years, just like the compound interest, but A represents annuities. But when I want present value, the same structure will continue, A into 1 plus I power n minus 1 by I, but one more extra factor I will consider, that is 1 plus I to the power of n. That will convert the future value into present value. That is present value of annuities. If it is annuity immediate, then only one extra thing will come. Same formula, we just multiplied by 1 plus I. For present value also, same formula, we will just multiply it by 1 plus I. And the most important one, what I have highlighted here, is the present value of annuity. That's where all the loan problems are applied. Loan problems and hire purchase problems, this is one most frequently applied, and that's why we have a calculator shortcut also using GT. When we come to the problem, I'll explain it. But remember, that is the one important one. Let me just explain one more chart, then you can go through it. Some problem they'll ask you, like, difference of simple interest and compound interest. In that case, you should remember the difference between interest is same as difference between the future values. The reason is present value is same. So difference between the future values is same as difference between the interest. Method of calculation, when I come to problem, I'll explain. Sometimes they'll ask money being doubled in certain number of years. So if it is compound interest, you can use this formula. It's popularly called as rule of 72. N into I is 72. That means in 8 years, if money has to double, then 8 into I is 72, or 72 by 8, I get 9. Rate of interest, if it is 9, money will double in 8 years. So number of years into rate of interest into 70, that should be 72 under compound interest. That should be 100 in simple interest. Sometimes they might ask you multiple interest rate. Multiple interest rate, don't worry about the formula much. I keep multiplying by 1 plus I. 1 plus I, 1 plus I keep multiplying for different rate of interest. Don't worry about that formula mentioned over there. Sometimes they may ask you depreciation problem. If it is straight line method, you can apply simple interest. If it is WDV method, you can apply compound interest. But only change is in interest I do 1 plus I, but for depreciation I am going to do 1 minus I, because the value of the asset keeps reducing. So present value is the original cost, n is number of years, the future value what we get is the WDV. Then sometimes they will ask you these lease or buy problems. In that case, we calculate the present value of lease and we compare with the purchase price. If present value of lease is less, lease option is better. If purchase price is less, then we go for the purchase option is better. So basically we choose whichever is less. And for calculating present value, we can use the present value of annuities. Some more points to be kept in mind. Then I'll put the graph once more. In the question, if they don't mention which type of interest, then we always take it as compound interest. Only when they specify it is simple interest. If it involves periodic payments, yearly savings, then we apply the concept of annuity. In annuity, if the problem is like loan, hire purchase, lease, borrowing, then present value of annuity is used. Or if they use the word savings after retirement, sinking fund, amount to be accumulated, redemption at venture, means you need a money later for retirement, then all those things we will apply the future value of annuities. So let's go through the chart, theory once more. Population is a problem of India also. What is the issue? So current population means present value. After some year population means future value. So you just simply use the compound interest formula. Present population is P, future population is F. At what rate the population is growing is the rate of interest. So simply use compound interest formula, nothing else. For a population growth formula, you use compound interest. So just glance through the theory once more. Very important chapter, not only from this exam but also from your future. That is, you have a subject called as financial management in the coming years, inter level, final level, and the base for that subject is this chapter. And from exam point of view also, you'll see more questions being asked from this area. I'll not share the PPT, but the charts told you I'll share the screenshot in the WhatsApp group. Charts of all the chapters I will share. The problem solution you're writing it, so that is not required. The charts I'll share it. Okay, so go to the theory, see if you require any explanation for any formulas or concepts. Okay, no specific doubts. Let's take up questions. Investment required to yield an annual income of 420 at the rate of 7%. Simple interest is. Simple interest formula is regular formula only we use, PTR by hundreds. They said interest is 420. Time period, this is annual income. So that is time period is 1 year. A rate of interest 7%, that is 7 by hundreds. So cross multiply 420 into hundreds divided by 7. So 6,000. Okay, next. The SI means simple interest on sum of money is 4 by 9th of principal and number of years is equal to rate of interest per annum. Find the rate of interest per annum. Let's use the same formula. Simple interest, principal, time period, rate of interest by hundreds. Simple interest on a sum of money is equal to 4 by 9th of principal. So I'll write 4 by 9 of principal. Principal I'll just write as P. Again P as it is. Time period, they said number of years is equal to rate of interest. So number of years is equal rate of interest, that is T and R both are same. So in place of T, I'll write it as R into R divided by 100. So P and P can be cancelled. So cross multiply, you get 4 into 100 as 400, 9 as it is, R into R becomes R squares. And to simplify, take square root both sides. So R equals square root of 400 by 9. And 400 square root is 20. 3 square root, 9 square root is 3. So 20 by 3, that's what option C you have. 20 by 3, and that is nothing but yes, 6.666 or 6.67. Okay, next. A certain sum of money is invested for 3 years. If it was invested at 7% higher, the interest have been 882 more than the sum is. So if you invest at 7% higher rate, you would have got 882 more, which means this 82 rupees is related to 7%. So basically they're asking the same thing. Simple interest is PTR by 100. Simple interest, that is 882 rupees. Principal is what they're asking us to calculate. Time period, number of years, 3 years. And rate of interest, that is relating to 882, it is 7%. So 7 by 100. So cross multiply, 882 into 100 divided by 3 into 7 is principal amount. $4,200. Okay. Okay, next. A certain sum at simple interest amounts to 1,350 in 5 years and 1,620 in 8 years. What is the sum? Okay, let's write in 5 years it is 1,350 years amount. In 5 years it becomes 1,350. In 8 years it becomes 1,620. 620. So year 5 to year 8, if I take it, then number of year is 3 years. And 1350 to 1620 amount is 270. So 3 years, 270 rupees. So what is every year? I'll say annual interest, 270 rupees divided by 3, 90 rupees. But what they're asking is not annual interest. What they're asking is what is the sum. Sum means today value, or what amount is principal, present value. And I can calculate the present value or formula. If you know, the future value is calculated as present value plus interest. In this case, simple interest. So I write it as SI. Future value, let me take the first one as example, that is 1350 is future value. That is present value is what I need to calculate. Simple interest, how much simple interest I should take? Can I take 90 rupees? But 90 rupees 1 year. But 1350 is after 5 years. So I cannot take 90 rupees. I will multiply it by 5. 90 rupees into 5. 90 is for 1 year. We need for 5 years. So that what we'll take it is 450. So 1350 minus 450 is what? The present value. So present value is 900. You can see that we have not used formula here, just the concept you use. Where you can use formula, that becomes slightly complex because a lot of variable comes, but purely on concepts you can get the answers. Okay, next. A sum of money doubles itself in 10 years, number of years it would triple itself is. Okay, so if I start with 100 rupees, double means the 100 will become 200s, future value. So 100 to become 200, you are taking 10 years. In 10 years, you make 100 rupees actually. 100 becomes 200 means increase is 100 plus 100 I'll say. In 10 years. If it has to be triple, triple means 100 should become 300s. And the concept in simple interest is amount remains same. So to add 100 we took 10 years. To add another 100 we take 10 years only. That is the concept of simple interest. So another 100s, that's where 200 will become 300, and another 10 years is required. So total number of years, 10 plus 10, that is 20 years. So money will triple itself in 20 years under simple interest. Okay, next. Find the compound interest on a sum of 2,500 for 4 years at 12% compound it quarterly. They've asked the compound interest, but I don't have a direct formula for compound interest. We have to calculate the future value and then subtract the present value. We don't have any direct formula. So let's calculate the future value first. So future value of compound interest is P into 1 plus I to the power of n. Present value is 2500 into 1 plus rate of interest 12%, that is 0.12 to the power of n, number of years, that is 4. So 2500 into 1.12 to the power of 4. So how do we calculate 1.12 to the power of 4? In calculator, you do 1.12, then into, you press equal to 3 times. 1.5735 and directly multiplied by 2500, you get 3934 if I round it off. Rounding it off, 3934, that is future value. That's why you don't find that in option, but you need interest. So compound interest is future value minus present value, 3934 minus 2500, 1434. Option. Okay, so this is one thing. I'll just show you one more method where you can do faster in calculator. This is using formula method. So what you can do in calculator is, they said 2500 is the principal. You start with 2500. They said rate of interest is 12%. So you do plus 12%. But how many times I should do depends on number of years. There are 4 years. So you do plus 12%, plus 12%, plus 12%, plus 12%. 4 times because 4 years are there. What I get is the future value. Then you do minus 2500. You will get 1434. Some decimals will be there, but round it off. You start with the principal, then plus interest, number of years. So no need to use any formula. Just the calculator will give you the answer. Okay, next. On a certain sum at the rate of 10% per annum, simple interest is 90 rupees, term is 2 years, find the compound interest for the same. Okay, simple interest, PTR by hundreds SI is 90, simple interest is 90. Principal, we don't know. Time period, term is 2 years. Rate of interest 10% per annum, that is 10 by hundreds. Cross multiply 90 into hundreds divided by 2 into 10 is principal. So principal equals 450. But they've asked on this how much is the compound interest. So again we can use the formula. Future value is p into 1 plus I power n, then subtract the present value, or the shortcut what we just learnt. If you have not forgotten still, then we can use it. That is 450 present value plus 10% plus 10%. Only 2 times because number of year is 2 years. Then minus 450. That will give you the compound interest, 94.5. Or if you want the formula, if you are comfortable with that, you can go for it. Okay, next. Effective rate 6% compounded half yearly is. Let's use the formula. Effective rate of interest is given by 1 plus I divided by t to the power of t minus 1, where I is anyway rate of interest, you know, t represents frequency of compounding. If it is compounding quarterly, means 4 times a year, but they said compounded half yearly, so frequency in this case will be 2 times. Half yearly means 2 times a year. So effective rate of interest, one plus I 6% means 0.06 divided by 2 to the power of 2 minus 1. 0.6 by 2 means 0.03 to the power of 2 minus 1. So 1.03 square minus 1. So 1.03 into 1.03 minus 1. You get 0.0609, or if I multiply it by 100, 6.09%. There is also another method which we can adopt. Let's try that also. When I say 6% is for full year, for half year means what do you think will be the percentage? 6% for full year is 3% for half year. And how many half year comes in a year? 2. So what you can do is you start with hundreds. You do like a compound interest, plus 3%, plus 3%. Only 2 times. Then I want the compound interest means I'll subtract hundreds. So plus 3% minus 100. you will get directly 6.09. If you don't want to use the formula method, go for that. Okay, next. The cost of the machine is 1,25,000. Useful life is 20 years and depreciation is 10%. Scrap value. Scrap value means we'll compute the future value. So compound interest formula is future value equals present value into 1 plus I to the power of n. But when there is depreciation, only one change I will do. Instead of plus, we'll make it as minus. But one important point, which method of depreciation is applied? When nothing is given, the logical method is not straight line, it is WDV method. In exam, you follow straight line method because it is convenient and easy to calculate. Practically, straight line method is not logical. Logical is only WDV method, because as and when you use the asset, its performance keeps coming down. I mean, logically, the practical life. So as far as the exam question is concerned, at least I don't know about the accounts, for maths exam or stats exam, if they have not specified the method, I will take it as WDV method. Just like interest, they have not specified, I'll take it as compound interest. Same logic. Cost of the machine, that is present value. Cost of the machine. N is the number of years, that is useful life. I is the rate of interest, but here it is rate of depreciation. And the future value is scrap value. So it's all depends on interest. So if your interest is positive, your future value will be high. If your interest is negative in life, your future value will be scrap value. Ultimately, everything depends on the interest that you carry forward. Anyway, so in this problem, present value is given 1,25,000, number of years 20 years, rate of interest that is 10% per annum. So substitute 1,25,000 into 1 minus rate of interest 10%, so 0.10, number of years 20 years. So 1,25,000 into 0.9 to the power of 20. How do we calculate 0.9 to the power of 20? 0.9 into, you press equal to 19 times. And then you multiply it by 1,25,000. Approximately you get, you may not get exact answer. I think 15,197 something you may get. So round it off, 15,200. Okay, next. The difference between compound interest, simple interest on a certain sum of money for 2 years is 4% per annum is rupee 1. the sum is. There are many methods. Let me show you the best method, I mean the shortest method among this. Let's start or assume with present value as hundreds. Then you calculate on 100 how much is the simple interest, on 100 how much is the compound interest. Simple interest is principal 100, on that rate of interest 4%, number of year is 2 years. So 100 into 4% into 2 years, that is 8 rupees. Compound interest, we don't have a direct formula, but we know the shortcut in calculator. That is, we start with principal plus rate of interest. It is for 2 years. So I'll do plus 4%, plus 4%. I will do it 2 times. Then minus hundreds. 8.64. 56. 8.16. Okay, so the difference, compound interest minus simple interest, so don't say minus and all, so it is 0.16. So when we assumed the principal as hundreds, we got the difference as 0.16. But the difference in the problem is given as 1 rupee. So how much is the principal? Cross multiply. So 1 into 100 by 0.16, that is 625. So principal is 625. There's one small shortcut available only for this problem, not for every problem. So what you can do is the difference is 1 rupee. You start with 1 rupee, divide it by 4% because that's the rate of interest, and again divide by 4%. You get 625. This shortcut you can use only if it is 2 years. If it is 3 years, you cannot use this shortcut. That's why I did not tell you at the beginning. This shortcut can be used only when it is 2 years. What you start with the difference, that is 1 rupee, divide by the percentage, divide by the percentage. You don't require, you cannot use this if it is not 2 years. Okay, next question number 11 and 12 is repeated actually. So one of them will solve. Question number 11. If P is invested at 10% simple interest and Q invest 5% compounded annually, after 2 years, P and Q interest are same, then P equals. Okay, so let's use formula, that is simple interest 1% and compound interest another person. For simple interest, we have a formula, straightforward, a PTR by hundreds. But for compound interest, we don't have a direct formula. We have to calculate future value, then subtract present value. Mr. P, that is simple interest, is Mr. P, so we'll take it as P only here. Time period is after 2 years, so we'll take it as 2 years. Rate of interest is 10%, so it is 10 by 100. So simple interest, this equals to 0.2, 20 by 100, 0.2 P. Compound interest, this is Mr. Q, or the formula of compound interest, you know, P into 1 plus I to the power of N. Because it is Mr. Q, I'll write it as Q into 1 plus I to the, I we know, rate of interest we know, 5%, 0.05. To the power of N, number of years is 2, and minus principal, I'll take it as Q. For Mr. Q, I've taken the present value as Q. So I can take a Q common. This is 1.05 square means 1.1025, then minus 1, that is 0.1025 Q. And they said these two are equal, both are same. So this 0.2 P and 0.1025 Q, both are equal, they are same. So I can equate 0.2 P equals 0.1025 Q, or P by Q is 0.1025 or P equals to, okay, they're asking P equals to 0.1025 by 0.2 Q. So 0.1025 by 0.2. .5125 Q. So look at the option and see which one satisfies 0.5125. I think 41 by 80 will give that numbers. Yeah, so option A. Okay, next. Twelfth is also same one, so that takes care of it. 13. The present value of annuity of rupees 1000 made annually for 5 years at the rate of interest of 14% compounded annually is. So what we need is present value of annuity, and formula for present value of annuity is given by A into 1 plus I to the power of N minus 1 divided by I, whole to the power of 1 plus I to the power of N. So annuity in this case is annuity is thousands, number of year is 5 years, rate of interest 14%. annuity amount 1000, 1 plus I, that is 1 plus rate of interest 14%, 0.14, to the power of number of years 5 years, minus 1 by I, which is 0.14, into 1 plus 0.14 to the power of 5. So how do you calculate that 1.14 to the power of 5? I can do 1.14 into, you can press equal to 4 times. $1.9254. So 1000 into 1.9254 minus 1 divided by 0.14 into same number 1.9254. So this you can do in the calculator directly. 1.9254 minus 1 into 1000, and denominator what you can do, both of them you can divide. Divided by 0.14 and divide by 1.9254. 3433. Okay, now to calculate the present value, we have one more method in calculator directly. Let me do that first, then we'll see whether we can understand a little bit logic behind it. Let's calculate. So try it in calculator. If you only have GT, you can do it. Otherwise, we'll check later. So only if you have GT, 1 divided by 1.14 equals 5 years. So I'm doing it 5 times. Then GT into 1000 equals. So you get the answer 3433 in matter of few seconds. Okay, what is the logic behind this calculation part also I'll tell you. Then you can try it once more. So present value is calculated as whatever is the annuity amount multiplied by annuity factors. And how we calculate annuity factor, there is one table, annuity factor table, you can make use of it, and that's what I'm trying to tell you, calculate using the GT method. So how we calculate the annuity factor is, you do 1 divided by 1 plus I, press equals to so many times as number of years, and at the end you press GT. So in the given case, the rate of interest 14%, 14% means 0.14. So I'm doing 1 by 1.14 and I have to press equal to as equal to number of years. Number of year is 5. So equals to once, twice, thrice, 4, 5, and then you press GT. So what I get this time is annuity factor. Then you multiply it by the annuity amount. Annuity amount is 1000 rupees, and therefore we get the present value. So try this once more. See in the calculator if you are able to understand with logic. 1 by 1.14 equals GT. This will give you annuity factor, then multiplied by 1000. If you don't have GT, you know the answer. Buy a calculator with GT. Yes, you can do with M plus MRC, but you have to be more careful. If you want to do using that method, please try. What you should do is after every time equals, you have to press M plus. So 1 by 1.14 equal to M plus, equal to M plus, equal to M plus, equal to M plus, equal to M plus. And last, instead of GT, you press MRC. So every time you have to press M plus, then MRC. And don't do shortcut in this shortcut. That is equals, then M plus, and all. Don't do it. Sometimes you do too many shortcuts. So equal to M plus, equal to M plus, equal to M plus, equal to M plus, equal to M plus. Instead of GT, you can press MRC. Then also you get the annuity factors. Okay, hope you are able to get all these shortcuts also, because some of your expression yesterday was different and today is different. Yesterday expression, if you are not able to understand, you used to feel like I'm not able to understand. You used to feel bad for yourself. And today your expression is changed. You're looking at me like Papa, this fellow is explaining. You are feeling for me, not for you. Hope you are able to get all these shortcuts in mathematics. Quite a few are there, so you need practice. Hope you are making a note of it, all these things somewhere. Okay, so annuity factor you can calculate with the help of GT, or you can do it with the help of M plus MRC. Okay, next. Find the future value of annuity made annually for 8 years at the rate of 9%, given 1.09 to the power of 8. For future value of annuity, don't look for any shortcuts. Formula itself is the shortcuts. Just use the formula. Future value of annuity is given by annuity amount into 1 plus I to the power of n minus 1 divided by I. So future value of annuity, please don't look for any shortcuts here. Annuity amount 5000 is given. Annuity 5000. Number of years 8 years. N is 8. Rate of interest 9%. Annuity amount 5000. Let's write 5000. 1 plus rate of interest 9%, 0.09 to the power of number of years, which is 8, minus 1 divided by I. And we don't have to calculate this one. That is also given. Nice people. So the person would have been nice mood. He has created question like this, but sometimes happens. After seeing the question, you understand. At that point in time, he must have had a fight with his wife, because he would have taken frustration out by giving some complicated problems. So both happens. So 5000 multiplied by 1.09 to the power of 8, that is given as 1.99256 minus 1 divided by 0.09. This you can do directly in the calculators, that is 1.99256 minus 1 into 5000 by 0.09. $55,142. So option A, 55,142. Okay, just one more small piece of suggestion. Whenever we are close to the lunch session or after lunch session, early morning session, my only suggestion is after you written something, please read your own sentence. Make sure it is there in books. Because many times you feel you have written, but you will not have written. There might be 1 inch gap between your pen and paper. You think you kept on writing, but you would not have written. That happened, or you might be writing on the same place again and again and again. Sometimes you realize later. Sometimes you might be writing on your friend's book also, and your friend also don't object because you are writing it, so you are doing a favor. So after writing it once, please make sure you read it once. It's good for you. Next, last one from this chapter. X Limited is planning to purchase a machinery costing 50,000, useful life of 5 years. Company has two options. Option A, borrow 50,000 at interest of 10% and buy the machinery. Option B, obtain the same on lease for 5 years with 12,000 per annum as lease rental. The company should opt for. Normally what people do is this. If you purchase 50,000, you take it a lease, then 5 years into 12,000, so you pay 60,000. That should not be calculated because 50,000 is paid immediately, whereas 12,000 is paid every year. To make it comparable, this lease amount also you bring it into present value, and this 12,000 will be there every year. So we have to make use of present value of annuity. So if you purchase, then your outflow is 50,000 today. And if you take it on lease, if you go for lease option, then 12,000 for 5 years. So I need present value of annuity. Do you want to use the formula or will you use the calculator shortcuts? Okay. Why should I even ask that? Anyway. So let's practice that shortcut here. 1 divided by rate of interest 10%. So 1 by 1.10. Number of years 5 years equals 5 times. And at the end you press GT. This will give me the annuity factor. Then you multiply it by the lease amount. Lease amount is the annuity amount, so into 12,000. So you get a present value of 45,489. Okay, approximately 45,489. So if you pay, and if you take the first option, you have to pay 50,000 today. If you go for lease option, equivalent amount is 45,489. Since the purchase question, I would like to go whichever is less. So 45,489 is cheap. So company should opt for leasing, option B. Okay, so this is about the interest, annuities, present value, future value, and so on. So if you have any doubts still in this chapter, so if you have any doubts, get clarified. Else we'll go to next one. Yes. Just read. 2%. So rate interest is 2%. 40%. So if 100 is the population today, increase by 40% means it will become 140. So present value you take it as 100, future value you take it as 140, and rate of interest, that is I, you take it as 2%, 0.02, and you find out the number of years. Compounding interest, number of years. And how do we calculate that n? So directly we cannot calculate, so you can go by the options method. But n to the power of n you have to calculate, no? So how do we calculate power of n mathematically? You can do equate indices, but or you can take log on both sides and simplify, but best is you have options. So try all the options, whichever gives the equations correct. Try with the options method, you'll get it. See, if you have any other doubts in this chapter, especially in identifying compound interest or annuity problem or not. I'll just put the chart once more. I mean, anyway, I'll share it, but just for you, if you have any doubts in asking, you can refer this. Okay, so any other doubts in this chapter or in these concepts? Okay, let's go for the next one. That is permutations and combinations. Okay, any idea what is the main difference between permutations and combinations? Permutations is arrangements. Combination is about selection. Permutation is also about selection and arrangement. In other words, when I say permutations, it is sequence matters, and in combinations, the sequence does not matter. That's the main difference. So let's look at some basic concepts. Or there's one sentence which I usually tell in regular class, but anyway, I'll quickly put it up. So the most beautiful line is but I love you, but the most painful line is I love you, but. So you can see the words are same, but the meaning is different. When the words are same, meaning is different, that is called as permutations. The sequence order matters. Anyway, let's look at the theory. Permutations and combinations. Permutation is about number of way of selection and arrangement. In another way, I told you it is about sequence matters, and problems on digits, alphabets, vowels, number of ways in which people can be arranged is permutations. Combination is only about selection. The sequence does not matter. That is, it's about the selection of team, committees, straight lines, triangles, all those things we talk about, combinations. So just to give an example, uh, if a line like this, here you can see that I've written from left to right. If I show it to you just quickly, okay, I'll show you this line. Now this line, you tell me, have I written from left to right or right to left? Have I written, I mean, have started from left, then I've moved to right, or have I started from right and moved towards left? I've written a line. You can't make the difference. That is what is combinations where the sequence is same. That is why when it's about the number of straight lines, number of triangles, in all those cases, we apply the concept of combinations. So when you go to marriage, how many marriage you go? The two persons are getting married, no? Oh, is there anything wrong in it, what I'm telling? When you go to marriage, two persons are there. So you've gone for two marriages. You don't tell A marrying B same as B marrying A. But A loving B is not same as B loving A. So love is permutation, marriage is combination. Anyway, don't go for the examples too much. Please concentrate on this chart. Permutations means digits, alphabets, because there the sequence digits matters. If your password is 1, 2, 3, 4, if you put 4, 3, 2, 1, you can't say I'm putting same password because same digits. The sequence, order, arrangement matters, permutations. Okay, coming to the formulas, fundamental counting principle that you should be aware of. That is, if you can do certain things in m ways and another event in n ways, then both of them you can do in m into n ways. That's called as multiplication rule. That is why whenever it is and, then we will multiply. If you can do certain things in m ways and another thing in n ways, then either of them, either m or n, can be done in m plus n ways. This is what we have learnt in probability also, if you remember. So whenever it is and, we will multiply. Whenever it is or, we will do plus. The same rule here. In fact, this is the foundation rule. And factorial calculation. So when I say n factorial, that means I have to keep multiply but reducing it. So when I say 8 factorial, it is 8 into 7 into 6. I keep multiplying until we come to 1. Permutation is about selection and arrangements. So normal permutations formula is NPR, n factorial by n minus r, or expansion wise, if it is 8p3, you start from 8, you go for 3 factors, 8 into 7 into 6. Or 10p2, you would go for 2 factors, that is 10 into 9. Or you can also sometimes follow box method, that is when there are conditions, we prefer this one. Like in the place, first place can be filled in n ways, the second place can be filled in n minus 1 ways, and all of them means I can multiply. That's box method also will follow it. Sometimes there are circular arrangements, that is circular permutation, formula is n minus 1 factorial. And when it is permutation of like elements, when the letters repeats, then we can do permutation of like elements. Numerator n factorial and denominator r1, r2, r3 represents how many times it is repeated. And one more variety asked, that is always together or never together. When something is always together, we follow something called as unit method, and never together we follow something called as the gap method. I'll explain. And if it is permutation with repetition, the formula is n to the power of r. Normally we take it as permutation without repetition. Let me give an example how this unit method works. So suppose they have given you this. So how many boys are there, how many girls are there? This is how even the things will be in mall also. In toilet and all, they'll give this kind of pictures. At least they could have mentioned boys and girls. Now you have to see which is boy, which is girl here. Then they keep a one person to tell you go left here, you go right here. Sometimes common sense is not common. Anyway, so here if you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 boys are there and 3 girls are there. If they say that the problem that 4 are always together, 4 particular people. So whoever together, 4 people will make them as one unit. and remaining 5 people will make them as, so they are independent, that is 5 units. So that's what is unit method. Whenever some people are together, we make them as one group or one unit. So in this case, 4 people as one unit and remaining 5 people as any number that they are independent 5 units. So we do unit arrangement first, 1 plus 5, and that is 6 units, and they can be arranged in 6p6 ways. But within 4 people also rearrangement is possible. We call it as internal arrangement. Among 4 people, you can do 4p4 ways. And unit arrangement and internal arrangement, both of them can be done simultaneously. That is in 6p6 into 4p4 ways. Number is not important. See if you are able to understand the process of calculation of when a certain number of people are always together. That is, we call it as unit methods. See if you have any doubts in unit methods. Whoever together will make them as one unit. Okay. Now one more variety, that is never together, gap method. So again, same example I'll take, that is 6 boys and 3 girls, and give some condition that 3 girls are never together. So what we do is, we make the boys sit first with one gap, and between them we'll make this people who are not together. It might be boys, girls, it might be books, and so on. So 6 boys can be filled in 6 ways, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and between those 6 people we make the girls sit, but between the 2 people gap. Or if you remember, I don't know whether you have followed in childhood days, they used to make this as punishments in school and all. Between 2 boys, 1 girl, or between 2 girls, 1 boys. At that point in time it is punishment, now it's entertainment, so now people don't do it, but something like this, where you make others people sit, in between you keep a gap. So here we have 6 boys that can be filled in 6p6 ways. Between 6 boys, how many gaps are there? That is important. You should not count not only between these, you should also count left side as well as right side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 gaps are there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and in those 7 gaps, those 3 girls can be made to stand or sit. So boys can be arranged in 6p6 ways. That things which are not together can be arranged in 7p3 7 ways, and both of them can be arranged in 6p6 into 7p3 ways. So this is called as arrangement where certain elements are not together. Or sometimes they'll give in a problem also that in a family there are 6 boys or 6 brothers and 3 sisters, like a big family, and they say that the sisters are not together, something like that they'll ask. I don't know why, but the questions, they do mention such elements or such arrangements. Anyway, so 2 popular method, that is always together and never together. Coming to combinations, NCR is C combinations, n factorial by n minus r factorial. And how do we expand it quickly? We have learnt in probability also. If it is 10C2, you do 2 factors, 10 into 9, but divide by 2 factorial, that is 2 into 1. So if 8C3 is there, you do 3 factors, 8 into 7 into 6, 3 factors are there, and divide by 3 factorial, 3 into 2 into 1. And certain specific results that you should know in solving combination problems, NCR is NCn minus r. So when I say 10C2, it is same as 10C8, that is 10 minus 2, or 8C3 is same as 8C5. One more result, NCR plus NCR minus 1. So if I subtract minus 1 here, I can do plus 1 there. So NCR plus NCR minus 1 is n plus 1 CR. Then NC0 is 1. That is, if you don't want to select anything, then also one way is there. NCN, if you select everything at a time, then also answer is 1. Selecting one or more means you can select one or 2 or 3. So if the question is selecting one or more, direct formula you can use, that is 2 power n minus 1. And there is also a formula which connects permutations and combinations, which is NPR is calculated as R factorial into NCR. So these are the formulas that you should keep it in mind in permutations combinations. So quickly glance through for 5 minutes and see if any rule or any formula needs to be explained. So go to the theory once, see if you have any doubts. Okay, so any doubts on these formulas, any of these elements? Okay, let's take up some problems at least. If there are 6 trees in a row, number of ways in which 5 students can be arranged between 6 trees. So between 6 trees, how many places will be there? Is 5 places only. And in 5 places, you have to make 5 people stand or sit. So it is 5p5. And how do you know it is permutation? Because you have to make an arrangement. In 5 people, you make 5 people. So n is 5, r is also 5. In 6 trees, there are 5 gaps and 5 places. So n is 5. And 5 students should be placed. So n is also 5, r is also 5. So NPR 5p5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is 120. Okay, next. If 12 school teams are participating in quiz contest, number of ways in which first, second and third position may be one is. Is this permutations or combinations? Permutations. Why permutations? First, second and third order is important. You can't say any price I won is same. First is different, second is different, third is different. So order is different. When the sequence is different, it is permutations. And is it with repetition or without repetition? Without repetition, because once you win the first prize, you can't again go and say that I'll win the second one. So repetition is not allowed. Or you can say the box methods. 3 prizes are there. The first prize can be won by any of the school teams. So there are 12 ways. Once you win the first one, remaining now only will be 11. And after that, the third prize can be won by any of the remaining 10 teams. And all of them simultaneously 12 into 11 into 10. That is 1320. That is permutation only. When you do NCR into R factorial, that is NPR. There is a connection between permutations and combinations. When you do R factorial, that means you are considering a arrangement. Arrangement means permutation. In how many ways the word article can be arranged in a row so that vowels occupy even places? So in the word article, how many vowels are there? I mean, in this word, we have A, we have I, and E. Okay. Number of vowels are 3. And how many it will occupy? Even place. How many even places are there? 2, 4, 6. So 3 places are only there. So number of vowels is 3. And number of even places also 3. So number of even places is 3. So how many ways you can do this arrangement? That is 3p3. Okay. What about remaining? Remaining letters? So take out that 3 vowels. Remaining are R, T, C, L. So remaining letters are 4. What about remaining places? Totally how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So out of 7, if we take out 3 of even places, remaining are 4. So 4 letters, 4 place. So it can be arranged in 4p, 4 ways. And both the arrangements simultaneously, total arrangements means we will multiply. Whenever it is and, we will multiply. So 3p3 into 4p4. 3p3, 3 into 2 into 1, 4p4, 4, 3, 2, 1. So 144. That is option. Okay, next. A man has 3 sons and 6 schools within his reach. How many ways can his sons go to school if no two of them are in same school? Is this permutations or combinations? Each son is different. So you have to say it is permutations. Any son going to any school you can't say. So if you take a first son, how many schools he can choose? He can choose 6 schools because his 6 schools are available. So first son can choose in 6 ways. The second son can only choose in 5 schools because they said no two of them are in same schools. You cannot choose the same school. Remaining 5 schools are there. Second son can choose 5 ways. Similarly, the third son can choose in 4 ways. So that is nothing but 6p3. 6p3 is nothing but 6 into 5 into 4. So the answer is option B. If the question did not have this, no two of them are in same school, if this was not there, then it would have been 6 to the power of 3 because first son has 6 options, second son also has 6 schools option, third also has 6. So each of them 6 into 6 into 6, that is 6 to the power of 3. That basically means it is with repetition if this sentence was not there. When you say no two of them means no repetition. Okay, next. A student has 3 books on computer, 3 books on economics, 5 on commerce. If these books are to be arranged subject wise, then these can be placed in a shelf in dash number of ways. This variety we discussed, that is unit method, things are together. So give a try. Let's see to what extent you can do it. This is subject wise means together. So follow that unit method, what we discussed. Is it option B? Again, that's one of the most best sight that I enjoy in a class is when I ask students to solve. Again, I get different kinds of reactions. Some people will be like, keep on staring at the problem only. You don't go further, like doing meditation. And some people keep on press on in the button. I don't know what's connection between solution and on button in calculator. And some people start writing. And the friend is, or the neighbor is suddenly excited. How that friend knows and you don't know? Then your friend cancel, you also happy. I also don't know. That person also don't. Anyway, let's try. When things are to be arranged subject wise, it means they are together, and together means we follow unit method. So 3 books on computer, we'll make them as 1 unit. 3 books on economics, we'll make them as 1 unit. And 5 on commerce, we'll make them as 1 unit. So totally we'll get now 3 units. And those 3 units can be arranged in 3 factorial ways. But inside these books also they can be rearranged. Internal arrangements. So 3 computer can be arranged in 3 factorial ways. 3 economics can be arranged in 3 factorial ways. And 5 commerce can be arranged in 5 factorial. Then you multiply all of them. The unit arrangements as well as total arrangement, you multiply all of them. And then you calculate 3 factorial, 3 2 into 1, that is 666, 5 factorial 120. So you get 25,120. Anyway, so if you got it good, if not, you can write it down. Okay, so see if you have any doubts in this unit arrangement problem, frequently asked in exams. Okay, so hope you got it. Let's do just one more problem before we go to next problem. A family of 4 brothers and 3 sisters to be arranged for a photograph in one row, so must be a very big family. In how many ways they can be seated if no two sisters sit together? I don't know why the sisters don't want to be together. We have to make an arrangement. So when sisters don't want to sit together, we'll make the brothers sit. So 4 brothers can be arranged in 4p4 ways, and between 4 brothers we'll find number of gaps to be 5, always one extra gap. So brothers can be arranged. So brothers arrangements, that is 4 brothers, so 4p4 ways. Sisters arrangements, between 4 brothers there will be 5 gaps and there are number of sisters to be 3, so it is 5p3 and both of them together, so we'll multiply 4p4 4 3 2 1 24 and 5p3 5 4 3, that is 60, and multiply both. I think you get 1440. Yes. So when some elements are not together, we follow this gap method. Okay, so let's just take just one more problem. Then we'll see what to do. Let's take one last problem. Before the next problem, of course. Number of ways in which the letters of the word triangle can be arranged so that the word angle will always be present. It's a tricky one, not a complicated one. The word angle will always be present means they're always together. So the word angle will make them as one unit. And remaining we have TRI and they are separates, that is 3 units. So unit arrangement, 4 units are there, so 4 factorial. And what about internal arrangement? So what we used to do, if you remember, inside the books, for example, 3 books are together, 3 books we make 1 unit, but within 3 books we again make arrangement and say 3 factorial. But here that will not happen, because they said the word angle will always be present, so the ANGLE will not be rearranged. So internal arrangement is just one. You don't do in anything inside ANGLE. So that is internal arrangement is not there. Answer is only 4 factorial, which is 4 3 2 1. So you get 24. You don't do internal arrangement because the word is fixed. That will not be rearranged. If it can be rearranged, then inside that will multiply. So how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I'll multiply it by 5 factorial. Just like the earlier problem what we tried. Shall we just solve one more problem? Okay. Again, different kinds of reaction. Some people, okay, will do. Some people no response. Some people will be like, when you go to hospital and you see doctor, I've given up everything. You do whatever you want. I've given up in my life. Okay, remaining problems we'll take it after the lunch. So 1:15 now. We'll meet at 2:15. 1 hour. Then we'll continue. 2:15 we'll meet. Okay, let's move on to the next set of questions. Question 7 we did. Let's go for question number 8. In how many ways can 6-digit telephone numbers be found by using 10 distinct digits? So first of all, you have to identify, is it permutations or combinations? Does the sequence matter when you call somebody using numbers? Sequence does not matter. So whether you type 2-1 or 1-2, you will get the same person. Of course, sequence matters, so it's permutation. And distinct digits, so it is without repetition. So it is 10p6. NPR 10p6. If the word distinct was not there, then it would have been with repetition, that is n to the power of r, and so would have been 10 to the power of 6. And in this problem, it is 10 distinct digits, no repetitions allowed, straightforward formula, NPR. So n is 10, p, r is 6. So 10p6. Nothing to calculate, just to observe. Next, NPR is 720, NCR is 120. Find R. So you should use the formula connecting the permutations combination, that is NPR equals NCR multiplied by R factorial. NPR is 720, NCR is 120, and therefore we have to calculate R factorial, that is 720 divided by 120, that is 6. R factorial is 6, and again this is by trial and error method. So 3 factorial is 6 because 3 into 2 into 1. I mean R factorial, I can write it as 3 factorial because 3 factorial is 6. So R is 3. Okay, so this connects between permutations and combinations. Okay, next. If 15C3R is 15CR plus 3, then R equals. Yeah. So 15C3R equals 15CR plus 3. First thing, you can directly compare because both sides we have 15 only. So I can compare these terms, which is 3R equals R plus 3, and R comes to left side. So 3R minus R equals 3, and 2R equals to 3, and R is 3 by 2. So R is 1.5. And R cannot be 1.5. R has to be a full number. It cannot be a decimal number. So direct comparison is not working. We have to do a property here. That is using the formula NCR should be written as NC N minus R. So what I write as 15C3R, I'll write it as 15C N minus R, that is 15 minus 3R. Right hand side, I'll keep it as it is, that is 15C R plus 3. Now you compare the R values. So 15 minus 3R equals R plus 3. 3R I'll take right side, 3 left to the left side. 15 minus 3 is 3R plus R. So 3R, R is 4R. 15 minus 3 is 12. So R is 12 by 4. R is 3. Sometimes you might have two answers also. So you have to try both the methods to get it. Okay, next one. The total number of shake hand in a group of 10 persons to each other are. So first of all, you have to understand, is this permutations or combinations? So when you shake hand with each other, does the sequence matter? In the sense, does A shaking hand with B is same as B shaking hand with A? Not same. If I shake hand with you, then I'll do for once and then you do it for me for once more. A shaking hand with B is same as B shaking hand with A, which means the sequence does not matter. A, B, B, A, both are same. So it's a problem on combinations. 10 persons are there. So shaking hand means 2 at a time. So it is 10C2, 10 into 9, divided by 2 into 1. So that is 45. If you still have any doubt in identifying why it is combination, you can ask. Okay, next. There are 6 gents and 4 ladies. A committee of 5 is to be formed if it includes at least 2 ladies. Some reservation and all is there. At least 2 ladies has to be there. So total available, let's write gents and ladies. Available, that is what is n always available, or 6 gents and 4 ladies. And when you say you have to form a committee, that means you are just selecting, you are not arranging. So it is only about combinations. Selection. What are the possibilities? A committee of 5 is to be formed means you can select 4 ladies. You can select 1 gents. So 4 plus 1 is 5. Or you can select 3 ladies. Then you can select 2 gents. So total is 5. Then 2 ladies. Then you have to select 3 gents. Can you select all 5 of them as ladies? You could have, but available only is 4. And some gents can't act like ladies and all, so we have to stop only at 4. So only these are the possibilities. You select 1 gents or 4 ladies, 2 gents or 3 ladies, 3 gents or 2 ladies. So what are the possible ways of selections? You are selecting 1 from 6, so that will become 6C1, and you select 4 out of 4, that is 4C4. That is one possibility. You select 1 gent and 4 ladies. Or you select 2 gents means I will write it as 6C2. You are selecting 2 from 6, and means multiply 3 from 4 ladies, so 4C3. Then 3 from 6, that is 6C3, and 2 from 4, so it is 4C2. So first you calculate them, then we'll decide whether it is to be added or multiplied. 6C1 is 6, 4C4 is 1, so 6 into 1, this becomes 24. 6C2, that is 6 into 5, divided by 2 into 1, I think that is 15. And 4C3 is 4, so 15 into 4, you get 60. So last one, you get 6C3 into 4C2, that is 6C3 is 6 into 5 into 4 by 3 into 2 into 1, I think that is 20. And 4C2 is, I think it's 6, so 20 into 6 is 120. And then are we going to add or multiply? That is either first one will happen, or second will happen, or third one. All the 3 will not happen simultaneously. So when it is or, we are going to add. So how much you get? 24 plus 60, and last one. Okay, so last one, 6C3 is 6 into 5 into 4 by 3 into 2 1, that is 20. And 4C2 is 6, so 20 into 6 is 120. So total 120 plus 60. Oh, first one is 6, sorry, not 24. First one is 6, I think, because 4C4 is 1 and 6C1 is 6. So first one is actually 6, not 24. So 6 plus 60 plus 120, you get total 186. So 186 is option D. If you have any doubts, you can ask me also. That's the reason you're coming to class. And I don't think I have discouraged any questions in class. And if you don't ask questions, I cannot have the ability to see your face, and face reading and all, I don't know. So if you have any doubts, you can ask me directly. Okay, let's go further. A person has 10 friends, of which 6 of them are relatives. He wishes to invite 5 persons so that 3 are relatives. In how many ways he can invite? It's also a problem of combination, because you are just inviting, not in any particular sequence. So the order does not matter. So it's a problem on combinations. 10 friends are there. Out of 10 friends, 6 are relatives, and remaining 4 are non-relatives, not relatives. And he wishes to invite 5, so that 3 are relatives. If 3 are relatives, then remaining 2 will be not relative, because totally you have to select 5. So 3 from 6 and balance 2 from 4. 3 from 6, so it is 6C3, and 2 from 4, 4C2, and you have to invite both of them, so I'll multiply. So 6C3, 654, 321, and 4C2, 4 into 2 by 2 into 1. How much you get? You're selecting 3 are relatives, so 3 from 6. 2 are non-relative, so 2 from 4. 6C3, 654 by 321. And 4C2. So 4C2 is 4 into 3, sorry, not 2, 4 into 3 by 2 into 1. So this is 20 into 6. Get 120, right? Okay, next. Number of ways in which a person can choose one or more of 4 electrical appliances: TV, refrigerator, washing machine, cooler. Whenever the problem is one or more, I can do one by one, but instead we can use direct formula, that is 2 power n minus 1. Whenever selection is one or more, use this formula. How many are there? 1 TV, refrigerator, washing machine and cooler. So there are 4. 2 power 4 minus 1, 16 minus 1, that is 15. Whenever it is one or more, you can use that formula, 2 power n minus 1. Okay, next. Sum of 4-digit number containing 2468 without repetition is. Okay, I hope you know how to make a 4-digit number. I mean, how many 4-digit numbers are possible? There are available 4 digits and you have to make a 4-digit number, which means n is equal to 4, r also equal to 4. And it is a problem on permutation because digits means the sequence matters. Formula NPR, so 4p4. N is also 4, r is also 4. So 4, 3, 2, 1. So we can make 24 4-digit numbers. But they're not asking how many, they're asking the sum. So what you should do, list out those 24 numbers and then add all of them. That's what the question. I don't know why you're shocking, as if I'm asking you a property or something. You have to calculate all those 4, write down those 24 numbers one by one and add it up. List outs. So 24 numbers you're telling, right? So far we're just calculating and keeping quiet. Now it's the time to list out. What are those 24 numbers? 2468. So 2468 is one number. 2000. Yeah, we should. Because the question is not just number. No, question is we have to sum. Only rarely they'll ask the sum. So we have to calculate. List out those 24 numbers. So 2648, 2846, like that. Using these 4 digits, list out and arrive at 24 digits. 24 numbers are there. Don't repeat the numbers. Don't write once more, don't come to 24. Each number has to be unique. 2468, 4268, 6248. No, not 6428. Yeah, something like that. You have to list out those 24 numbers. Do it independently. It's not a teamwork. In politics, people can do. One party gets 30, other party gets 30. Together they can say 60, but together you can't pass in exams. List out those 24 numbers. Then we'll sum it up. One by one, 24 numbers. Then you tell me, I'll write it down here. $2,000 468, 2486, 2684, 2648, 2846, 2864. This is just 6 numbers. Like that you list out remaining. You are showing as if it's my personal problem, sir. You solve it yourself. The thing is, there is a process to list it out. If you think systematically, you can do it. The problem is always that we don't want to think. Anyway, I'll tell you, if you want to write down, you can do like this. You always start with 2, 4, then I have written 8, 6, then I did 8, 6, 8, interchanged. Then I did 2, 6, 8, 4, and 4, 8. Then I did 2, 8, 4, 6, 6, 4. So like that, I can do all those 24 numbers till the end. Anyway, like this, 24 numbers will come. I hope you understood the meaning of that 24 numbers at least now. Otherwise, you used to just calculate 24 and keep it there. It means the list of those 24 numbers. But now we need the sum. There is a better method, so let me cover that now. But unless you try this, I cannot explain that. So I had to make you do this. Now observe this one at least. How many times 2 is repeated? 2 is repeated 6 times. And if I complete the 24 numbers, 2 will come in the 1000 digits, 2 will come in the 100 digits, 2 will come in the 10 digits, and 2 will come in the unit digits. Like that, each number will come. Then only you can make 24 numbers. So now, and how many times and why it is 6 times only? It is because we have 4 numbers, and from 4 numbers we need to make 24 numbers. So from 4, if I have to make 24, I have to rewrite same number 6 times. So number of digits or numbers what we calculated is 24, and number of digits available is 4. So repetitions are, or number of times you have to rewrite. Repetitions are 24 by 4, and that is 6 times. Each number should be repeated. So 2 will come in thousands place, 2 will come in hundreds place, 2 will come in tens place, and 2 will come in units place. Like that, 4, 4, 4, 4 also will come. 6, 6, 6, 6 also will come. 8, 8, 8, 8 also will come. And all of them will come 6 times. So you multiply all of this number by 6. You get 1,33,320. And you can check this number. I told you, you list out those 24 numbers. If you write those numbers correctly, total will come to this 1,33,320. You can check it out. I understand from your reactions that we have better ways of wasting time, but if you want to verify yourself once, you can do it later. List out those 24 numbers and see whether the total will match. Anyway, so that's the process. If they ask you to calculate the sum, you follow this process. If they ask you to compute the sum of digits, then you follow this process. I hope you are able to focus even though it is a post-lunch session. Okay, let me ask you some basic questions. Let's see how fast you are able to answer. General question. What is the color of tube lights? Tell you, no, you can just tell me a simple one. I don't want anything complicated. But I want quick answer. Let's see how quickly you can answer. What is the color of tube lights? Okay, what is the color of snow? Okay, at least that you're sure. Okay. What is the color of the board here at least? Can you see? Okay. Now let's see how fast you can answer. What is the color of the board? Color of the snow? Color of the moon? What does cow drink? Very good. What does cow drink? Milk. Okay. Very good. This is what I wanted to tell, how examination, the time pressure can make you do wrong things. It's not that you don't know the right answer, but time pressure can always make you do these things. You can also justify your answer. Small cow drinks milk also. Those and all will come later. That's CA student answer, but yeah, cow drank milk. Don't tell it outside. Okay. Next. Number of 4-digit numbers that can be formed from 7 digits such that no digit repeated in any number which are greater than 3000. So there are two conditions. One, you have to make a 4-digit number, and another, you have to make sure it is greater than 3000. So we have to follow the box method here of permutations. Since it's a 4-digit method, let's have 4 boxes. Okay, 4 boxes, and it has to be more than 3000. So can I write 1 here? If I write 1, the number will be 1000 something. So 1 is not permitted. 2 is not permitted because if I write 2, it will become 2000 something, which will be less than 3000. So among the remaining 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, I can choose any numbers. So this we can fill it in 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 5 ways. So first place can be filled up in 5 ways. Now out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, out of 7, 1 we have used here. Remaining box I can fill it in 6 ways. 1 is used, remaining can be in 5 ways. 1 is used, remaining can be in 4 ways. And all of them you can multiply, that is 5 into 6 into 5 into 4. $600, that is the requirement of this problem here is number should be greater than 3000. So greater than 3000 means I cannot use 1 and 2, because if I use 1 and 2, it will be 1000 something, 2000 something. So 1 and 2 is not qualified. Among the remaining, you can choose any of them. You can choose 3 or 5 or 7 or 8 or 9. So if I use 3, that is 3000 something. If I use 5, 5000 something. So among the digits, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9 can be used. 1 and 2 cannot be used. So number of digits available are 5. I can choose any of them. So I'll just say 5. Out of, now coming to the remaining digits, no restrictions are there. I just have to fill a number there in remaining 3 places. So I did one by one. Totally 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 9. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 digits were there. But one of them I used in the first place. So remaining I can choose any of them. Any of them means I can choose 6. And among that 6, 1 is used. So remaining I can choose any 5 of them. And among them 5, 1 I have filled it up. So remaining last place can be by any of the 4 ways. And all of them can be done by multiplication that is on the fundamental counting principles. Simultaneously, if you have to calculate, then we will multiply. And these are not 5, 6, 5, 4. These are not numbers. These are of number of ways in which a place can be filled. So we multiply the number of ways. 5 ways, 6 ways, 5 ways, 4 ways. Multiply all of them. Okay, next. A question paper consists of 10 questions, 6 in math, 4 in stats. Find the number of ways to solve question paper if at least one question to be attempted from each question. You have to select at least one question. At least one means what and all you can select. From each section, let's talk about first section, that is maths. So how many questions you can select? Can you select one question? In maths, yeah, at least one. Can you select two? Yeah, you can select one, or you can select two, or you can select three, or four, or five, or six, which means this is a case of one or more. And whenever it is one or more, the same formula I told you, if you remember, it is 2 power n minus 1. And you have to select from the first section. 6 is there, 6 in maths. So how many ways you can select is 2 power 6 minus 1. And how many ways you can select in the second section, that is 2 power 4 minus 1. And both of them, so you can multiply. 2 power 6 minus 1, 64 minus 1. 2 power 4 minus 1, that is 16 minus 1. So 63 into 15. So it's 945. So whenever it is at least one, that is same as telling you one or more. Okay, next. In how many ways can a family consist of 3 children have different birthdays in a leap year? Let's take one children at a time. So one person, how many ways a person can have birthdays in a year? He can be born any year, any day in a year. And they said it's a leap year. So in a leap year, there will be 366 days. So one person can have birthday in any of the 366 days. What about another person? Another person also can have birthday in any of these 366 days. But in the question they said they should have different birthdays. So another person should have any of the remaining 365 days. And another person will have remaining 364 days. Okay, that's all the question. So option A. If they did not use the word different birthdays, I mean different birthdays, it's not there, then 366, 366, 366. Each one of them would have been 366. I mean, that option is not there. -3 is not relevant, like that was just given. That is not, no, option would not be here. That is 366 to the power of 3. That is not there in the option, right? So if that was the question, option would not have fit in any of these things. So if it is, the word different was not there, answer would have been 366 to the power of 3. That option don't contain. Anyway, here they just asked different birthdays, so option A. Okay, next. There are 12 points in a plane of which 5 are collinear, number of triangle is. Now to form a triangle, you need at least 3 points. And it will be based on permutation, combinations, because when you join point, in which point you start does not matter. You need 3 points to make a triangle. Starting point does not matter. So sequence does not matter. But they said 5 are collinear. So if you are on collinear means straight line, and by joining the points there, you cannot form a triangle. So normally I have 12 points. So number of triangle is 12C3. But among the 5 points, I cannot make a triangle. So I'll subtract minus 5C3. Collinear means they're on the same line. That is on the same line. If 3 dots are there, you cannot make a triangle. So take it out. So 12C3 minus 5C3. 12C3, 12, 11, 10 by 3, 2, 1. And 5C3 is 5, 4, 3. And then 3, 2, 1. So this is 220 minus 10. So you get 210. Okay, next. Okay, the 19th is the last one. So that completes permutations and combinations. 2 chapters are left out, that is progressions and sets. And last one I told you, the calculus. I'll quickly just share the solutions. If you have tried, anybody, I'll just share the last chapter solution on the calculus. That covering the concepts, that would be equivalent to doing a horror movie separately. So I don't want to take that risk at this moment. Okay, so let's do the next chapter, progressions or sequence. From exam point of view, we have 3 types, that is AP, arithmetic progressions, and GP, geometric progression, and then we have some special series to be applied. Arithmetic progression, the property is the difference between the 2 numbers are equal. Geometric progression means the ratio between the 2 numbers are equal. So if 4 terms are there, a second term minus first term, that is B minus A, is third term minus second term. Difference between the 2 numbers are equal. Ratio means 1 term divided by the previous term, that will have the same ratio. And applying formulas can be in 3 possibilities. 1, they might ask you to find particular position, means find n, or find a positional value like 10th number, 12th number, That is one type of problem. Or you can ask to calculate the sum up to certain numbers. That is, to find a position means we calculate n. To find a positional value means Tn of a particular position. Then sum up to those terms means we'll have to calculate Sn. So in the examination, when you calculate something, first of all, be aware which of these three things you are calculating. As far as formulas are concerned, for arithmetic progression for AP, it is a plus n minus 1 into d. A is first term, n is number of terms, d is common difference. For geometry progression, AR to the power of n minus 1, A is first term, R is common ratio, n number of terms minus 1. Sn, sum up to n number of series. We have for arithmetic progression two formulas. That is, Sn is n by 2 into A plus L. A is first term, L is last term. Or one more formula is also there, n by 2 into 2A plus n minus 1 into d. A is first term, d is common difference. Geometric progression also we have two. One is A into R to the power of n minus 1 by R minus 1. If it is sum up to infinite series also I can calculate. Of course, only when R is less than 1. The formula is A by 1 minus R. We can calculate sum up to infinite series. And some special cases, like what you should remember for formula, sum of natural numbers like 1 plus 2 plus 3, then formula is n into n plus 1 by 2. If you want sum of square of natural numbers like 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, you can use n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 by 6. And sum of cubes of natural numbers, that is 1 cube, 2 cube, 3 cube, then n into n plus 1 by 2 whole square. That formula will give you sum of cubes of natural numbers. And one more variety they can ask is insert means between certain numbers. And whenever insert means we have to calculate intermediary terms. So if they ask you to calculate insert 4 arithmetic means, so first term is there, last term is there, in between there are 4. So totally there will be 6 terms in the progression. That is the meaning of calculating or inserting means between two numbers. And one more formula you should remember, that is Tn is Sn minus 1. So if I say S6, that is sum up to 6 terms, minus S5, sum up to 5 terms, and that will give you the value of exactly the 6th term. And this one you have calculated in a way indirectly in the statistical description of data. There is a chapter like that, which we did the first time. First we started with that only. Because suddenly you are giving this surprising, shocking look. What is this person fellow is using some technical words? Statistical description data, we had something called as cumulative frequencies. And there, if you remember, I told you how to compute between two numbers frequency means we take this frequency CF and next CF and I find out the difference between the two, and that's what is Sn minus 1 is also about. Sum up to n terms, sum up to n minus 1 terms, the difference will give you the particular position. Anyway, that's all the series, progression, summary charts, formulas that you should remember. So go through it quickly, theory parts. I'll share these charts as I told you later in the group. Anytime you left the class early before 5 o'clock? So you are thinking that I will also do that, but I'm thinking differently. So that time, whatever you saved, no, I can use it now. So whenever you answer something, think carefully. Okay. Don't worry, we will do what is required. Okay, you are planning that I will go in break and I'll not come back after that. That is provided you get a break. Anyway, let's just glance through those theory part quickly. See if you need any explanation for any formulas or concepts. Okay, just let's take a problems then. Which term of an AP is 12? So what is this 12? It is the term value is 12 and not n is equal to 12, or it is Tn is 12. So that's one thing you should be careful while reading the questions in exam. Which term is 12? 12 is not the term, 12 is the value. So you can use the formula, that is Tn equals a plus n minus 1 into d. Tn, that is what is 12, and a is the first term, which is 64, plus n minus 1 into the common difference. Common difference is second term minus first term. 60 minus 64, and that is minus 4. So simplify. This is 12, 64, minus 4 into n, minus 4n, minus into minus plus 4 into 1 is 4. So 4n, I'll take it to left side, becomes plus 4n. 12, I take it to right side, 64 plus 4 minus 12. That is 68 minus 12. This is 56. Then n is 56 or 64? Oh, 56, correct? Okay. 56, then n is 56 by 4, and that is 13. What is that calculation? 64 plus 4 minus 12. Okay, 56 divided by 4, 14. Okay, this is a regular way of calculation. There is one more formula which you can use, or shortcut. If I say formula, you will act differently. I'll say shortcut, then you give different respect. The shortcut for calculating term n is last term minus the first term divided by the common difference and plus 1. Last term is 12, that's the last term we are calculating, minus the first term, that is 64, divided by common difference, that is minus 4 plus 1. See if we get the same answer. 14. 12 minus 64 by minus 4, minus minus gets cancelled. So 52 by 4, 13, 13 plus 1, 14. So whenever it is number of terms, you can use this shortcut. Last term minus first term by common difference plus 1. Okay, next. In an AP, the sum of 4th term and 12th term is 8. The sum of first 15 terms is. Sum of 4th, this I should do T4 or S4? They said sum of 4th and 12th term is 8. Should I take it as S4 or T4? S4. T4. Have they told sum up to 4th term or sum of 4th and 12th term? Sum of 4th, not sum up to 4th. It is sum of 4th term and 12th term. 4th term is T4, 12th term is T12. They have not told sum up to 4 terms. Sum up to 4 means T1, T2, T3, T4. Then I'll take S4. So this is T4, that is 4th term, and the T12, that is 12th term, is 8. So be careful about solving the problems in exams. It can be tricky. Sometimes you realize only when you come out of the exam hall. So be careful. Okay, so 4th term means Tn, that is a plus n minus 1. So I'll say a plus 3d, 4 minus 1. And the 12th term is a plus 12 minus 1, which is 11 D, that is given as 8. So A plus A is 2A and 3D plus 11 is 14D is equal to 8. Okay, let's keep it as it is, whatever we got. Sum of 15 terms, that is sum of 15 terms is S15. That is very clear. 15 terms sum, not 1 or 2 terms. Then formula n by 2, that is 15 by 2 into 2A, that is A we don't know, plus n minus 1, that is 15 minus 1 into D, D as it is. So what we got is 15 by 2 into 2A plus 14D. And the 2A plus 14D itself is given as what we just simplified it as 8. So you can write 15 by 2 into 8. That is 4, 15 into 4, 60. Okay, next. Insert 4 arithmetic means between 4 and 29. We can calculate, but what is that they are asking us to use is arithmetic means. Means it should be in arithmetic progression. So look at the options and choose which is in arithmetic progression. Is option B in arithmetic progression 9, 24, 29? The difference is not same. So option B is not in arithmetic progression. 19, 4, 19, 24. C is not in arithmetic progression. 9, 14, 19, 24. Option A is in arithmetic progression. So option A is the answer. We can try. The first term is 4, last term is 29. We can calculate using the methods, but simplest method, only option A is in arithmetic progression. So answer is option A. Nothing to calculate, just observation. Next. If a fifth term of an AP is 12, seventh term is 20, find the common difference. Fifth term means T5 is 12. Seventh term means T7 is 20. Actually, what you should do is you should solve for simultaneous equations. T5 means A plus 4D and T7 means A plus 6D. We have to solve, but better method is one shortcut I'll give you. That is common difference is you can calculate as difference in Tn by difference in N. So what are the difference in the values? One is 20, another is 12. So difference in Tn is 20 minus 12 and difference in N, number of observations. That is fifth year, seventh year. So 7 minus 5. So this is 8 divided by 2. So it is 4. You can solve using simultaneous equations or you can use the shortcut. Common difference as difference in Tn divided by difference in N. Okay, next. In AP, Sn is 3n square minus n and its common difference is 6. The first term is. So first term means I'll have to substitute in place of n as 1. First terms. So substitute. They have given Sn equals 3n square minus n. In place of n, you put as 1 first term. So S1 equals 3 into 1 square minus 1. So 3 minus 1, 2. And S1 is same as T1 because only one term is there. So S1 equal to 2, which is same as T1. So it is option A. Only one term is there. Sum is also same. The T value is also same. If they ask you second term, how will you calculate? If they ask. First term is 2. Second term, why you complicate your life? Common difference given as 6. First term is 2. So 2 plus 6, 8 will be the next one. No? I know you can do with substituting n is equal to and all. When something is available simple, don't complicate it. Common difference, that's the number keeps increasing for every element. Okay, next. The nth term of the series whose sum to n terms is 5n square plus 2n is. First of all, with this English, you tell me 5n square 2n, is it Tn or Sn? This is Sn. Sum up to n terms is this. Then what we have to calculate is nth term. So we have to calculate Tn. So how do we calculate then? If you remember the method I told you, Tn can be calculated as Sn minus Sn minus 1. Sn is 5n square plus 2n. This is Sn. What is Sn minus 1? Wherever n is there, you substitute it by n minus 1. So 5, I'll keep it as it is, but we have n square. N square, I'll rewrite it as n minus 1 square, and plus 2 as it is, and this n, I'll rewrite it as n minus 1. You have to simplify. You can simplify, but I'll tell you a better method, easiest method. Follow this. This you can simplify, but I will not simplify beyond this. Later you can try and check the answer. The key is this: S1 is equal to T1, because when only one term is there, that is a say T1, and that is only S1 also, because only one term is there. So what do? Here you substitute it as n equal to 1. You get the S1 value. In all the options also, you put n equals to 1. Wherever the number matches, that is the option. So try it here. In the question, S1 you calculate, that is 5 into 1 square plus 2 into 1, that is 5 plus 2, and that is 7. So in the options also you see where you get the 7. In option A, 3 into 1 minus 10. You get minus 7. That is not what we want. Try with option B, 10 into 1 minus 2. You get 8. That's not what we want. Try with option C, 10n minus 3. So substitute n equal to 1. That is 10 into 1 minus 3. So you get 7, and that's what we require. So it's option C. So you don't have to simplify that alphabets thing. Put n equal to 1. The question also should give you 1. Answer also should give you 1. Substitute 1, 1, and if the number matches, you get 1, which is your marks. Substitute in place of n in the question also, in the solution also. Okay, next. Three numbers A, B, C are in AP. Find A minus B plus C. Again, alphabets are there. So what I can tell you, whenever alphabets are there, if possible, try to convert this into numbers. They said three numbers A, B, C are in AP. So what do? You assume a simplest arithmetic progression possible. What is the simplest arithmetic progression? Give it in numbers. What is the easiest arithmetic progression you can think of? 1, 2, 3, no? That's the simplest arithmetic progression. If you want, you can make it big. You make it as 100 crores, 200 crores, 300 crores. And that is also arithmetic progression only. Or you want to make it complicated like 8, then you do like 15, then 22, whichever it is. I'll keep it simple. Let arithmetic progression be simple. That is 1, 2, 3. So A is equal to 1, B is 2, C is 3. And what you need to calculate is A minus B. That is 1 minus 2 plus C, that is C in this case is 3. So what you're getting the answer as? 1 minus 2 plus 3, that is 2. So 2 is nothing but here. What answer I got is B. So in alphabets it is B. So B is coming in which place? B is option C. So when you get B, don't select option as B. B is in option C. Here nothing will happen. Everything happens in exam only. That's where you start thinking. So the answer is B, but option is C. Okay, next. The person saves 16,500 in 10 years. In each year after the first year, he saved 100 more than he did in the preceding years. The amount of money he saved in the first year was, first of all, in the examination, will you be able to identify that this problem is from arithmetic progression? Each year after the first year, he saved 100 more. So each year increasing by 100, and that's what the common difference, hundreds. Each year, same amount. And totally he saved 16,500, though that is why it is SN. Total sum, that is SN is 16,500, and in 10 years, so N is 10. How much is saved in the first year? So we need to calculate A equals. Use the formula Sn n by 2 into 2A plus n minus 1 into D. Sn is 16,500 equals n by 2. N is 10 by 2. 2A, A we don't know. N minus 1, 10 minus 1 into D. Common difference is 100. Simplify. This is 16,500. So 0, 0 I can cancel and 2 I can multiply. 1650 into 2. 3,300 equals 2A plus this is 10 minus 1, 9. 9 into 100, 900. 900 will take it to left side. That becomes minus, or 2A equals 3,300 minus 900, 2,400. So A is 2,400 divided by 2. 1,200. So options. Okay, next. Find the two numbers whose arithmetic mean is 10, geometric mean is 8. Let's not calculate. Let's go with the options. Geometric mean should be 8. So multiply the two numbers and take a square root. 10 into 10 square roots, you get 10. That's not the answer. 16 into 4, take square roots, you get 8, and that's what we require. Option. You can try with arithmetic mean also, but sometimes, and in this case, your arithmetic mean everything is coming as 10 only. It's better you try with the geometric mean. With C and D, we don't have to try it, so it is option B. Okay, next. If x equal to 1, 1 by 3, 1 by 3 square, if y equals to 1, 1 by 4 square, and then find x, y. Okay, so this is sum up to infinity. So first one, sum up to infinity, the formula if I use a divided by 1 minus r, they said this is x equals a by 1 minus r. A is the first term, which is 1, and r is second term by first term, 1 by 3 by 1, and that is 1 by 3 itself. So 1 minus 1 by 3. Simplify. 1 minus 1 by 3 is 2 by 3, and 3 goes to the top, so it is 3 by 2, that is 1.5. Similarly, the second one, sum up to infinite series, a by 1 minus r. The first term is here is also 1, but common ratio is 1 by r, 1 by 4. So 1 divided by 1 minus 1 by 4, 4 minus 1 by 4 is 3 by 4. And 4 goes to the top, that is 4 by 3. So you get 1.3333. And they want, this is x, this is y, they want xy, so multiply both. So x into y, that is 1.5 into 1.33. I think you get 2. Yeah, rounding it off, that is what you get, 2. Okay. This is again one more place. If you want, we can make use of GT. So if you have GT in the calculator, try it out whether this method will work out. So you try with the second number. That is, you start with 1 by 3 into 1. Keep pressing equals, 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 equals. You get 0, I think, at one time. If you keep pressing equals, equals, you will end up getting 0 at one point or the another. You press GT, add 1. You will get 1.5. Try for the second one also. Try in this case, again, clear the GT, start fresh, 1 by 4 into 1 equals, equals, equals. How many ever times you like it, take your frustration out until 0 comes. Then GT plus 1. You get 1.33. So technique goes like this. You start with R. You multiply it by A. You keep pressing equals, 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 equals until you get 0, and at the end you just add the first term again plus a. Start with r into a, keep pressing equals till you get 0, then last you just to do plus a, the first term. In this case it was 1, so we added plus 1. Okay, next. If you save 1 paisa today, 2 paisa next day, 4 paisa next day, finally you will have one coin box, I think, then you will have your savings in 2 weeks will be. So you see, this is not arithmetic progression, it's getting multiplied. 1, 2, 4, so it is in geometric progression. The first term is 1, the common ratio, it's getting multiplied by 2, so R is 2. And they want in total savings in 2 weeks. 2 weeks will be 14 days. And they want total savings, so they're asking Sn. Sum. Sn equals A into R power n minus 1 by R minus 1. So first is 1, then R power n, that is 2 to the power of 14 minus 1 by 2 minus 1. And ultimately 2 power 14 minus 1 only is there. So you start with 2, then you press into equals to, you press 13 times. Then minus 1. So I think you get 16383. Then minus 1 you should do 16383. This is paisa, but they're asking in rupees all the options, so you divide by 100. That is 163.83 rupees. So options. Okay, next. This is one typical problem you get. 0.7 plus 0.77 plus 0.777, like you get maybe 3 plus 3, 3 plus 3, 3, 3 like that. What type of progression is this? It is not in geometric progression, because geometric progression means when you do second term by first term or third term by second term, you should get the same answer. You will not get the same answer. So we have certain steps to follow to get the answer. We do it like multiplied by 10, divide by 10, make it into a geometric progression, then apply sum up to geometric series. So we have certain methods to get the answer. Okay, we'll do, but do you want to do it now or you want to do it after the break? Because no, if you want to do it now, we'll do continuously without the break. Then next chapter is also there. That also will do continuously. It's fine. Okay. If you're comfortable, it's fine. Don't give me different reactions later. That's all. You'll be like this one, then you this one. Don't give some different reactions later. Okay. If you're comfortable, it's fine. Okay. Okay. There is one regular methods. But what another method we have is, this is sum up to n terms. If you remember, I told you the first term should be equal to the first term. That is sum up to first term, S1 and T1 are same. So what do you do? In each of the options, put n equals to 1. Wherever you get the first term, and the first term is 0.7. So if I get the 0.7 back, that is the right option. Let's try with the first one. 7 by 81. 9n means 9 into 1 minus 1 plus 10 to the power of minus n means minus 1. So 7 by 81, this is 9 minus 1, and 10 to the power of minus 1 means 1 by 10, and 1 by 10 means 0.1. So calculates 9 minus 1 plus 0.1 into 7 by 81. I think you get 0.7. So option A is the answer. You can try with other options. You will not get 0.7. So in these type of problems, 3 plus 3, 3, 3 and all, you don't have to use any other technique. Simply use the options method. Put n equals to 1. If you get the answer, that is the right answer. Okay, you can try other options. You will not get the answer. Just for discussion, one question. What if you put n equals to 2? What you should get? It is not 0.77, it will be 0.77 plus 0.7 because it is sum. So when you do n equal to 2, you get the answer 0.7 plus 0.77. Anyway, that will not happen, but just for your information. Okay. 3 terms are in AP. Their sum is 15. 864 is added. The numbers are. So what is the best way to identify the answer here? They said 3 numbers are in AP. So look at the option and which are in AP. Only option C is in AP. So option C is the answer. You can try other options. So sometimes you should do these things also. Just validate the question, whatever information you have. 3 numbers are in AP. Only option C is in AP. So go with that. Okay, next. The sum of 4 numbers in GP is 60. Again, what you should do before you even read further? Look at the option which are in GP. Option A, 4, 8, 16, 32. I think you keep multiplying by 2. 4, 16, 8, 32, not in GP. 16, 8, 4, 20, not in GP. So only option A is the answer. Anyway, just for more satisfaction, I'll do the second one also. Is the sum 60? 4 plus 8 plus 16 plus 32. And the AM of the first and last one. First one is 4, last one is 32, and find AM, arithmetic mean. 4 plus 32 divided by 2. And that's what is 18. Just a confirmation that another condition is also satisfied. Okay, so that's all with respect to this problem. If the numbers x, y, z are in GP, the numbers x square, y square, x, y z, y square, z square. So when they give you alphabets, you assume the simplest numbers possible. So x, y, z, so simplest AP was we took 1, 2, 3. Simplest GP, I will take it as 1, 2, 4. 1 multiplied by 2 multiplied by 2. Easiest one. You can use any number, any GP that you like. So let's assume the progression 1, 2, 4, x square, y square. That is 1 square, y is 2 I have taken. So 2 square. X, y, y, z. That is 1 into 2 plus y into z. 2 into 4. Then y square, z square. That is 2 square plus 4 square. So 1 square, 2 square is 1 plus 4, 5. And this is 1 into 2, 2, 4 into 2, 8, 2 plus 8, that is 10. Then 2 square, 4, 4 square, 16. So 4 plus 16, that is 20. So 5, 10, 20 is in which ratio? I mean, which progression? It is in geometric progression. 5 multiplied by 2, 10. 10 multiplied by 2, 20. So the result will be in geometric progression. So one of the common questions people do message me on one day before exam. Sir, which chapter shall I ignore? Some people ask before exam also. So my answer is very simple. In CA, there are two kinds of chapter. One is called as important chapters. Others are very important chapters. There is nothing called as chapter which are not important. But what you can do from examination point of view to justify the time limitation, you can make sure that in all the chapters, at least minimum you cover it. And in some chapters, you can do more practice so that you don't leave any concepts completely. The reason being, if you leave difficult questions in the exam, you don't feel get hurt. Anyway, difficult questions, you could not have solved it. But if easy question there, you feel it later, easy was there, I had to spend just 2 minutes, I would have learned, and that regret will be with you. In every chapter, you should do at least minimum problems. I would say these problems, what we are doing in the class, are those minimum problems. So if you are not able to solve some chapters in depth, at least make sure these questions, what you are solving in these 2 days, you are perfectly fine. And there is a high probability that these questions only may be repeated in exam. That might help. Anyway, so this is about progressions. So next chapter, last chapter for discussion, that is, we'll just cover it. Sets, relations, and functions. So in life also you have the same thing. So last one what we have is sets, relations, and functions. In life also you will be following through these routes only. First you will be part of set. A WhatsApp group is a set. Facebook is a set. You will be part of set. After being part of a group in your life, what you start is relations. So you will fall into relationships. And after that, functions will be arranged. So that is a sequence from sets to relations to functions. And after that, you know, a lot of difference of opinion will come, differential calculus will come. Then you somehow tie up together, that becomes integration. That is a way of life continues. Let's just focus on only 3 things, that is sets, relations, functions. Some theory points, we'll run through it. Set theory, you need to be aware of that we are expressing in flower brackets there. Some terms to be kept in mind. Universal set, we write it like this, U, that is containing all possible elements. Intersection set, we write like this, that is what is common to 2 sets. We write something like this, that is A is a subset of B. For subset we use like this, something looks like C, that is a subset, and we do something like this, ulta C, I mean that is like a superset. If A is a subset of B, B is a superset of A. So all possible directions we have like this, 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 and this. Only this one is not there, I think. That will come on the day of results. Anyway. So this is union set, this is intersection set, this is subset, and this is superset, different directions. Null set means blank, or we also use this, that is a blank set, means nothing is there. A singleton set, only one is there. Equal set means same elements. Equivalence means number of sets are equal. A complement set means what is not there in a set, that is called as complement set. Formulas to be kept in mind, you have seen in probability chapter also, A union B, A plus B minus A intersection B. Or if I want something like A minus B, that means what is there in A and not in B. Or if I just quickly put in a Venn diagram, this is A, this is B, common to both, that is intersection. And if I highlight only this region, the region in A, but without covering the intersection area, that is called as A minus B. Or I can also call it as A only, because if I cover this region also, that is common region, if I cover, then B also comes. So, and that is why I'll eliminate that common region. I focus only on A, that you can pronounce it as A only, or you can also say that is A minus B. And A union B complement, that is outside A union B, that is outside these two areas, everything outside these two, that is called as A union B complement, or A complement intersection B complement. Three sets, very rarely they can ask, A union B union C, that is A plus B plus C minus A intersection B minus B intersection C minus C intersection A plus overall, that is A intersection B intersection C. This is about sets. Then how sets will become relations? It is called as set of ordered pairs, and that is true. If you want to have a relation, you need to have a pair. Only when there is a pair, you call it as a relationship. For a relation to become function, some more condition to be satisfied. We'll see afterwards. So pairs means you have one set A, another set B, and you join them through the lines, and that is called as relations. So three terms to be kept in mind: domain, range, codomain. Domain is set of input elements, range is set of output elements, and wherever mapping is done, and that is called as codomain. Mapping means wherever you have written the lines. Then three types of relations are there. One is if the set is equal to itself, that's called as reflexive. It's like a line is parallel to itself, that is called as reflexive. Symmetric mean A is equal to B, B is equal to A, vice versa. A line is perpendicular to another line, and another line is also perpendicular to this. So vice versa is true, that is symmetric. Transitive means A is equal to B, B is equal to C, then A is equal to C. Or I can also say A is less than B, then B is less than C, and therefore I can also say A is less than C. That's called as transitive relationship. So you can also tell like this: I love my teacher, teacher loves her daughter, and therefore whatever you want to understand. Okay, reflexive relation is A equal to A. Symmetric means A is to B and B is equal to A. Transitive means A is connected with B, B is connected with C, and therefore A is also connected with C. That is transitive. Coming to functions. So how relations will become functions? Two conditions to be satisfied. All the elements in the input, that is the first circle, everything should be mapped and only mapped once. That is, one inputs cannot have two outputs. Odd function, even function is not important. Inverse function is important, which they can ask. So the inverse function, when we do a problem only, you'll understand better. Inverse function means what should be the function so that the answer is equal to x. That explanation becomes difficult. Solving a problem is much better. Anyway, just glance through this sets, relations, and functions, and then we'll do problems. Just see conceptually. If you have any doubts. Okay, we'll understand through help of problems. This one, let me just clarify once more. If I just give an example, there are 50 people who like tea. That is what is first set. And 65 people who like coffee. That's what is second set. and if I mix it both, that is 20 people like both, that is intersection. Now if I ask you this question, how many people like tea only? So from 50 I'll take out 20 here, because in 50 20 people also like coffee. So only liking tea means it is 30. So if I ask you the question, how many people like tea in this problem, what is your answer? It is 50. But how many people like tea only? 30. I hope you understand difference between tea and tea only. So hope you understand the difference between I love you and I love you only. So please understand the English difference there also, here also. The word only has got that importance. Don't forget it. When somebody says no, I love you from bottom of my heart, don't believe them, because they have top row also left. They can keep filling up theirs. Anyway, so tea only is different from tea. Keep it in mind. Let's take up problems. So find the inverse. This is one popular questions you can say. Find the inverse of f of x 10x minus 7. Inverse function means you have to substitute in place of x so that answer is x. That trial and error becomes difficult. So what we do is we follow simple 3-step approach, which we'll do it together. The first step is equate it to y. That is 10x minus 7. We'll write it as y. That's the first step. Second step, you simplify this equation such a way that x will be on the left hand sides. So we write like this, 10x equals minus 7, I take it to right side, that becomes plus 7, and x equals to y plus 7 divided by 10. So the second step is the x should be left hand side, all other terms should be simplified to take it to right side. That is second step. Last step, wherever y is there, bring it back with x. So y is there, put it back with x, that is x plus 7 by 10, and that is what is the inverse function. We write like this, f minus 1, inverse function. So x plus 7 by 10, option is C. So first step, equate it to y. Second step, express in terms of x. And last step, wherever y is there, put it back with x. Okay, next. F of x is 2 plus x by 2 minus x. Find f inverse. This is also inverse only, so you try to calculate. The steps, you know it. First step, equate it to y. Second step, express in terms of x. And last step, wherever y is there, put it back with x. Okay, let's simplify together. First step, 2 plus x divided by 2 minus x is equal to y. Let's simplify, cross multiply. 2 plus x equals y into 2 is 2y. Y into x is xy. minus remains as it is. Then you bring all the x to the left side. 1x is already there. Minus xy becomes plus xy. 2 you take it to right side. That is 2y minus 2. You can take x common. Don't take xy to right side. Then you'll be in the loop only. Xy to left side, xy to right side. Once you bring it to left, you simplify after that. X you take it common, 1 plus y. And here actually you can take 2 common, that is y minus 1. And x equals 1 plus y I take it to right side, that is 2 into y minus 1 by 1 plus y. I can also write it as y plus 1. And last step, wherever y is there, bring it back with x. So f inverse of x equals 2 into x minus 1 by x plus 1. Inverse is one popular question from exam point of view. Okay, next. If f of x is x plus 1, g of x is x square plus 1, fog minus 2. That's fog means you should read it as the f of g of x. That's called as composite function. One function inside another function. Okay, let's write it. So f of x is given as x plus 1. And what we have to do is in place of x, we should replace it as another function. So f, I'll keep it as it is. In place of x, I'll write it as g of x. So instead of writing it as x, I'll write it as g of x. And plus 1 will continue. And g of x is x square plus 1. And another plus 1 that was already there, that will continue. So this will actually becomes x square plus 2. And they're asking f of minus 2. So fog minus 2 means in place of x, you keep it as minus 2. So f of g of x, in place of x, you put minus 2. X square means we'll put it as minus 2 square and plus 2. So minus 2 square 4, 4 plus 2 is 6. That's composite function. Okay, next. A is a subset of B. Which of the following is true? A, this symbol I told you is a subset. That is A is inside B. A is a subset of B. Which one is true? A intersection B is B. Is it true? What is common to A and B? Is it B? Actually, what is common to A and B is A, not B. What is A union B? That is A and B put together is B. Yes, A and B put together is B itself. So its answer is option B. Next, which of these is a function? So let's put in the circle format. Set A contains XYZ. Set B contains ABCD. And when it is a function, there has to be one mapping and not more than once. Look at the first one. X is mapped with A. X is mapped with B. And Y is mapped with C. Is this a function? It is not. For two reasons. One, Z is not mapped at all. D is not mapped is not the concern. Input should not be unchecked. Z is not mapped, and what about X? X has given two arrows going out. That is not permitted. That is not a function. I'll just show you one more. Tell me, is this a function or not? XA, YA, ZA. Is this a function? It is. X and Y and Z, all of them are mapped and mapped once. Two arrows can come in, but two arrows cannot go out. So X also can go to A, Y also can go to A. That can happen. Okay, and the second one, XA and XB, again XA, XB, that is two arrows going out, it is not accepted. It's like telling this. If somebody comes and gives you the flower, two people can give you the same flower, but you can't give it to two people. Then the relation will not become function, it will stop there only. Anyway, so XA and XB, two arrows going out, that is not accepted, not a function. Then X is A, Y is B, Z is D, C is unmapped, no concern. Input should be mapped. Yes, all of them are true. Option D, let's just check it out. A, where is A? A is not itself. A is not there in the set A itself. So again, D is not a function. The answer is option C. In class, 80 students, 35% play cricket, 45% only tennis, only cricket. So focus on the word only. How many play crickets? So let's put it in a Venn diagram for convenience. So one is cricket circle, other is tennis, which is T. So 35% play only cricket. Only cricket means I will put it inside the circle but without covering the common area. And 45% only tennis, again I'll put 45% here, but that will not cover the common area. Then what would be the common region then? Total should be 100% always. So from 100, take out 35 and take out 45. So that has to be 20. So this common region is 20%. So what is the first circle? Put together, 35% is one region, common region is 20. So together, so who play cricket is 35 plus 20. That is 55%. But the question is not matching because the question is not percentage. Question is how many. So for this percentage, you multiply it by the total students, 80. So 80, 55%, 44. If they ask you percentage, it would have been 55%. Okay, next. If A is 2, 3, B is 4, 5, C is 5, 6, what is A into B intersection C? Let's write first A together. A is 2 and 3. And B intersection C. Intersection means what is common to both B and C. So 4, 5 is there, 5, 6 is there. So common is 5. So B intersection C is 5. And then now we can multiply. Multiplication means we go always with pairs. So 2 and 5 is one, and 3 and 5 is another. So multiply both A into B intersection C. That is 2, 5 is one pair, and 3, 5 is another pair. 2, 5, 3, 5. 2, 5, 3, 5. That is option B. Okay, next. In a class of 50 students, 35 opted for maths, 37 opted for commerce. Number of such students who opted for both maths and commerce. So we can use the formula, or you can use the Venn diagram. Okay, let's use the Venn diagram. In a class of 50 students, 35 opted for maths, 37 opted for commerce, and totally 50. But if you do both 35 plus 37, that actually comes to 72, but there are only 50. That means remaining people comes in both the places. That is 35 plus 37 minus 50, that is 22. That is 22 will come in intersection. Okay, next. If A is 1, 2, 3, B is 4, 6, 7, the relation 2 to 4 is a function, not a function, both not a function. Okay, I mean a function from B to A to B, not a function. What is the condition to be a function? Each unit should be mapped. Is the input mapped? 1, 2, 3. 2 is mapped. 3 is mapped. What about 1? Is not mapped. Therefore, this is not a function. Each input should be mapped. In this case, it is not a function. Of the 200 candidates who were interviewed for a position at call center, 100 had two-wheeler, 70 had credit card, 140 had mobile phone. 40 of them had two-wheeler and credit card, 30 had them credit card and mobile phone, 60 had both two-wheeler and mobile phone, 10 had all the three. How many candidates had none of them? So this is based on 3 sets, because one set is having a two-wheeler, other set is having credit card, and other set is having a mobile phone. So 3 sets are there. So we'll use the formula n of A union B union C, that is n of A plus n of B minus n of C, sorry, plus n of C, then minus all intersections, minus n of A intersection B minus n of B intersection C minus n of A intersection C, and then overall you add it, that is plus n of A intersection B intersection C. So A plus B plus C, then all the intersection you subtract, one on common intersection overall you add. So n of A, that is, let's say, who had a two-wheeler, that is 100, N of B who had a credit card, that is 70. N of C, that is a mobile phone, that is 140. B intersection C, 40 of them had both minus 40, and 30 had both credit card, mobile phone, minus 30. 60 had both two-wheeler, so minus 60, and 10 had all the three, that is going to be plus 10. So you calculate how much you get. You get 190. And what is this 190? A union B union C means that is at least one. The union means at least one. So out of 200 candidates, 190 candidates, at least one of them, and remaining 10 people had nothing. That is what they're asking. How many candidates had none of them? That is 200 minus 190 as 10. Okay, next. In a class of 60 students, 40 students like maths, 30 like science, 24 like both. And number of students who like science only. I don't think we require a diagram. Logically, we can get it. 36 like science, but within this 36, 24 also like maths. So take out them. 36 minus 24. So those 12 people like only science, and they're asking that is 12. 36 like science, but 24 also like maths. Both of them they like it. So take it out. Who like science only is 12. If they ask the question, who like maths only? 40 minus 24. That 16 would have been your answer. Okay. Okay, next. If f of x is x by x minus 1, then what is f of x by y and f of y by x? Okay, let's simplify. F of x is x by x minus 1. We need two things. That is x by y. Let's calculate. F of x by y. And what is the meaning of it? Wherever x is there, I'll write it as x by y. So numerator I have x. We will write it as x by y. Denominator I have x minus 1. I will write it as x by y minus 1. Wherever x is there, you make it as x by y. So numerator, I will write x by y as it is. Denominator, x by y, I'll cross multiply. X minus y divided by y. So y and y gets cancelled. What remains is x by x minus y. Similarly, f of y by x. So y by x divided by y by x minus 1. So y by x, I'll keep it as it is, whole divided by cross multiply y minus x divided by x. So x and x gets cancelled. So what remains is y divided by y minus x. Okay, next, what they need is these two functions should be divided. F of x by y divided by this. So let me also do that. F of x by y divided by this. X by x minus y divided by y minus x. So y minus x, well, actually I can write it as minus, if I take it common, that will give me x minus y. The reason why I'm doing this, because this x minus y and this x minus y I can cancel. What remains is minus will remain and x by y also will remain. So it is minus x by y. So problem is simple, solution is also simple, only the calculation process is difficult. Life is also, birth is easy, death is easy, life is only difficult. That's the whole process. Okay, last question to be solved. F of x is a minus x to the power of n whole to the power of 1 by n. A is more than 0, n is positive integer, then f of x. Okay, so in this case, let me rewrite the question once. That is f equals, or f of x equals a minus x to the power of n and whole to the power of 1 by n. This is what is given. And what we need is f of x. So in place of x, you substitute. In place of x, you substitute as f of x. So what will happen in the right hand side? A I will write as it is, minus I don't write it as x. In place of x, we write it as f of x. And to the power of 1 by 1, I mean to the power of n, and the whole to the power of 1 by n, that continues. In place of x, I have just substituted. In place of x, I have substituted as f of x. So a as it is, here also a, minus, here also minus. The x I have written as f of x, and to the power of n, to the power of n continues, 1 by n continues. Now we'll simplify further. So what is f of x? Put this again, the whole f of x, this equation, you put it here. So what will happen? A remains as it is, no change, minus, I will do a bigger brackets, and to the power of n remains as it is, and whole to the power of 1 by n also as it is. I'm just rewriting everything same. Only thing I'm changing is f of x, I will expand. And what is f of x is a minus x to the power of n whole to the power of 1 by n. Maybe I can put flower brackets for clarity. Okay, so 1 by n and n will get cancelled. This 1 by n and this 1 by n. And what I get is a. Minus into a is minus a. Minus into minus becomes plus x power n. Whole to the power of 1 by n continues. A and a gets cancelled. So you get x power n whole to the power of 1 by n. Now n and n 1 by n can be cancelled. So only 1 remains, which means x power 1. So answer is x. So even at the end of the class, what remains is x. So even if thousands of years goes, you are not there, we are not there, Narendra Modi is not there, but x will remain as x. That's the power of x. Not go easily. Okay, so that is sets, relations, and functions. Calculus, I will not do it, but if you have done, I'll just give you the answer keys. You can just mark it if you have tried for your verification purpose. So for calculus, question number 1, the answer is option C. Just mark it. For question number 2 is option A. Question number 3 is option A. Question number 4 is option B. And question number 5 is option B. B for Bombay. Option B. Okay, actually last question does not have option D, but I don't think you even observed it. Doesn't matter. Anyway. So if possible, I would recommend at least do some basic problems as far as combinations are concerned. Okay, so before we just finish, I'll just take 2-3 minutes, not much. I would have told you at the beginning also, try to keep a summary notes with you always in the exams. I mean, exams means before exams. Don't take it to exams. Because how much ever you prepare for 6 months, 8 months, 12 months, so ultimately what matters is what do you perform on the day of exam. So a day before exam is even more important. Summary notes, charts, whatever is there. I'll also share it on the WhatsApp group. This list of charts quickly before I forget. Okay, so the chart is there. So if you want, you can take a printout or you just watch it here. That is your convenience. I've shared on the WhatsApp group. Okay, and beyond that, in the examination, some people ask me, do they give any rough sheets for you to calculate? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It's better you carry with you. Again, they may not allow, they may allow. You carry it with you. If they don't allow, you keep it outside. You don't lose anything by carrying it. So take some blank sheets with you. Don't write anything. Blank sheet means blank sheet. Then have 2 pens or pencil, and you have 2 calculator just as a backup. Make sure that you always know your examination center few days in advance, because in CA Institute, what I observed, they'll keep the colleges in some remote place. Even Google Maps cannot match it so easily. So it's better just before exam, either you or your parents or one of the persons who know have visited that place. So on the day of exam, you will not be under pressure. So always, whatever possible, try to give your best. And one common question I get from students is how to avoid sleep when you prepare. I'll try to give tips. You try to follow it. One of them is some people drink coffee, some people drink tea. I would say, or some people have fruits. You can have it. Or some people, they'll give you techniques like try to think about a person who told you cannot do it. I'm sure everybody will have such persons in life that you cannot do CA, CA is not for you. People are always there discouraged, and when you think about them, you will get that encouragement. It works for 2-3 days or 2-3 hours sometimes. After that, I'll be like, anyway, they're not watching me, I'll go and sleep. So the simplest solution which I have found is try to drink as much as water. There is no substitute. Simplest water, because When you drink too much of water, even if you go to sleep, you cannot be there. You have to get out and you have to help yourself. And any other food can be having different side effects, but water has having no other side effects. And drink only water. Don't mix anything else. Just pure water. That's the simplest thing. It will keep you fresh. And apart from that, yeah, whatever is there possible, I've given the chart like that. You will have for other subjects also. Try to summarize. And ultimately, in the examination, don't have too much pressure on yourself. The worst case that can happen is you don't pass. I know people don't think on those lines, but what will happen? You don't pass. That's all, right? I mean, do not keep that as option, but always don't put pressure yourself too much that I have to pass like that. You prepare for the examination, leave the results to the institute. After the exam, don't start discussing it. Because some option says A, some other option says, but the institute would have been option D. So we don't know the actual answers. So after the examination, don't discuss. That will not help you in any manner. You give your best efforts. After that, you leave it to examination. Because sometimes you might think like this. I'm putting these efforts of doing CA, sacrificing so much, and there are my friends who have not joined CA, are just doing BCom and enjoying the life, and here I'm struggling. And if I don't pass the exam, what is the difference between me and them? I've also not passed the exam, they also not passed the exam. It is not same. There's a lot of difference in life versus trying and failing and not trying at all. According to me, not trying is a failure. And that experience will always count. One of the interviews that I ask in my company, many people also get surprised, is, have you failed in your life? If people say I never failed, I will never select that person under me, because if you have never failed, and if you're working in my company, if you fail, you cannot take it. Experience of failure should always be there. I mean, please don't try to achieve it, but I'm just trying to tell you the other side. In case something happens, that is always experience. You should take it with you. Not only here, anything that you try new, if you're not able to do, that's not the failure. If you're not able to have experience, that is the failure. Or if you just have to put simply, if you win a rat race, what you will be called as? You will still be a rat only. But if you win a lion race, you still be called as a lion. So whether you're winning or losing is not important. Which race you take it to be. And CA examination is that lion race. So you don't worry about the results. Keep putting your efforts. The efforts what you keep, the experience you cannot substitute with anything else in life. Okay, and I don't claim any of my students' marks, because some faculties do it, but I don't believe in that, because students' marks are their efforts. We would have made a very minimal contribution. So where I would have done contribution is to my own examination. So I'll quickly show my marks card, again, which some faculties don't do it. So this is my marks card in CA final. Four subjects. This is CA Inter, and this is CA Foundation. And CA Foundation, remember when I wrote, it is not a multiple choice question and say that tick one question and come back. It's all proper 3 hours examination. There will be 10 marks question, 8 marks question, 5 marks questions. And there also I got 100. I know some of you might be thinking, with this handwriting you got 100, that means we can also do it. Yes, you can take it positively on those manner, but my point is, it is possible. It is not beyond your imagination. And some subjects I also got 45 and all. That also you should be aware of it. So that's how CA examination marks will be moving around. And I've shared my mobile number and email ID. So you can call me whenever you want, but I'll pick only when I can. The best way is you send me a WhatsApp message with a picture of your doubts. Whenever possible, I'll reply to that. Okay, so that is from my side. If you have any questions from your side, you can ask. Otherwise, I'll conclude with my last sentence, which I usually have it. If you have any questions from your side, you can ask. The only way to do that, not only for exams, anything in life, is you don't focus on the results, focus on the process. If you start enjoying the process, then you automatically fall for it. What you expect is, okay, by doing this 3 hours, I need to cover some syllabus. Rather than that, you have it yourself. Let me just read for 3 hours. Whether I understand or not, I'll do it later. Let me just spend 3 hours. If you start get satisfaction with that, you automatically start reading. So when you eat something, no, do not eat thinking that it has to be tastiest food in the world. You eat because you are hungry, you need something. So when you read something also, you just want to read. Don't put any other target in mind. I just have to read. If you put only that much target, you'll automatically enjoying the process. The moment you expect yourself, oh, by reading I should get marks, by getting marks I should pass the exam. The moment you think too much ahead, you'll always stop it. See, when you're traveling from Bangalore to Chennai, when you start, will you see the Chennai road from today itself, from beginning to end, when you start a journey? But as and when you go to the road, you start seeing the next road. That's how any preparation, any goal is also about. So when you read something, do not have the target of reading entire thing in a day and all. Okay, let me read 3 pages. Let me read one concept. Let me just focus only on that. Keep your target small and slowly you start achieving it, enjoying it. You follow the process. Simple solution. Start enjoying the process. Do not worry about the results. I'm not telling anything new, but that's the thing you have to practice. Any other questions that if you have in your mind, you can ask. Okay, so I'll just conclude with my last sentence, which I always say. So most people die as if they don't live, and most people live as if they don't die. Only few people will be alive even after their deaths, because when they were alive, they made the difference to others' life. So I wish you to be one of them, make the difference to others' life, and all the best for examinations, and thank you for the opportunity. Take care. See you.